every Patriots game.
Into the end zone, trying to keep the play alive. Falling down, he throws to the end zone. It's caught! He got it! Touchdown!
WBZFM at HD Boston. 98.5, the Sports Hub. A Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Celtics are now 2-1 on a 4-game road trip after a no-show in L.A. late last night on the second night of a back-to-back. Anthony Davis scored 24 points. LeBron James added 20, and the Lakers beat the Celtics 117-96. They led by as many as 28 in the fourth quarter. Celtics have tonight off. They'll wrap up their road trip late tomorrow afternoon in Dallas. In other NBA news, Jason Tatum has been voted an All-Star starter for a fifth straight year. He's joined in the East by Giannis Antetokounmpo, Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson, and Donovan Mitchell. The West has LeBron, Nikola Jokic, Kevin Durant, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Steph Curry. This year, the starters will be drafted into 3 teams of 8 players. They'll play a semifinals and a finals while adding the winner of the Rising Stars contest. Bruins played a solid game last night. They beat Ottawa 2-0 at TD Garden. David Pastrnak had an empty net goal to put the game away. He added an assist. And Jonas Korpisalo added 29 saves in net for a shutout against his former team.
It was great. It was good for the whole team. I mean, playing that game yesterday, traveling and getting back here, it's not an easy game to play, and the way we handled today was superb. So it was a big game for everyone.
The Colorado Avalanche will be in town tomorrow. Patriots safety Jabril Peppers admitted to cocaine possession yesterday. He also took the stand in his own defense in his domestic violence trial in Quincy. In NFL news, some strange things yesterday from Jacksonville. Tampa offensive coordinator Liam Cohen pulled himself out of the running for their head coaching job and agreed to a contract extension with the Buccaneers. Then the Jaguars yesterday fired GM Trent Baalke. Cohen went back to Jacksonville and overnight accepted the job. And Novak Djokovic quit after one set of his Australian Open semifinal match with Alexander Zverev. He has a muscle tear in his left leg. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Rapid Flow Sewer and Drain Cleaning, Boston's most experienced drain company. Celebrating 40 years, do what Beetle did. Get the permanent fix with no-dig pipelining technology. 800-286-FLOW or rapidflowinc.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
To us, Boston pride runs deep.
I'm a Bostonian!
This is Boston's Home for Sports.
Bow, bow, bow!
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Toucher
Brett Toucher on Instagram. Follow and see dog humping videos.
and Hardy
I'm going to withhold sex!
on 98.5.
Hello.
Hey there.
Yo.
Can we use this for the radio?
What? Let me hear you say, oh. Na, 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 na.
Crush me, mommy!
Just not enough booty to go around? Say my name. I'm a robot.
I'm the son of the post. I'll chase you around a little bit.
Wow.
Holy smokes!
Instagram.
I want to dip it in, boy.
Toucher and Hardy
Watch Daddy and Uncle Freddie.
Knocking back some fun. Having some fun.
on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Let's go.
Boys,
You're playing hurt today?
you didn't know that? I've been complaining about it for a solid 20 minutes. I'm glad that you can ignore me like that. I've been complaining to Hardy about it for a very long time.
No, I heard it. I just want to make sure that everyone else understands.
Yeah. I just wanted out there that I don't feel well.
Right.
And I'm still here.
Get that out of the way early.
It's
Alert
a
the public you're playing hurt.
It's a Friday.
Did Zolak tap out mid-show yesterday? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what Nick said to me because I lost my key card. I was
Lost it?
I was playing like a dangerous game with that key card because I couldn't even have it on a lanyard anymore, so it was unfettered. So the key card now is gone. It might be at my house. I don't know. Or my condominium, I should say.
We have plenty of replacements, so, you know.
Thanks, buddy.
For a while, I had one on a retractable cable thing, which I loved. I really, really liked that.
I had that too, and it was, but then it broke the plastic.
Yeah, it broke the card. But man, I mean, I wanted one of those things my whole life, and I just never had enough keys to really necessitate it.
Your whole life.
Whole life, I wanted a retractable key thing. Zzz, zzz, zzz.
It came with my backpack. The one was in the backpack.
What kind of backpack?
Nomadic.
I'll go spend $200 on a backpack right now if I get a free retractable keychain.
It's called Nomadic. I can't. You know who likes them? Dennis Knudsen.
Oh, yeah?
He loves them. We are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel, Town Fair Tire Studios. You can watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, 98.5 The Sports Hub. This is real life. So I open up the Boston Globe, and it says, a Marathon City Council hearing on Wednesday laid bare a disconnect felt by opponents of the White Stadium renovation plan. Now, I don't know what White Stadium is, but I'm intrigued. It's on the sports page. Here we go.
Yeah.
And the administration of Mayor Michelle Wu that is behind a $200 million public-private partnership. So I think, whoa, they're renovating a stadium. What for? $200 million. Here, now we're talking.
Yeah.
The Boston's new professional women's soccer team.
Right.
Yeah.
So what? No. How about that?
Yep.
No. No. Why? Why would anyone give money for that? Why would anyone want that in their neighborhood?
Franklin Park, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, let's face it, it's in a neighborhood that people are probably not going to go to in order to see women's professional soccer.
Are we pretending that this is something that people are going to go see?
No, it's no parking. My kids actually had a travel soccer game at this place at one point.
$200 million. It doesn't exist. Just pee it away on some stadium for women. For how many games do they play? 1 million? Who even knew there was a professional women's soccer league? The MLS is terrible.
Yeah, there was that. They had the big push, and you'll remember the controversy with the way they rolled out their name last year.
Oh,
no, I don't remember that at all. Actually,
yeah, there was a thing we even discussed talking about it on the air, and we decided not to because it was such a third rail. But
I don't even remember.
All right, but I mean, the fact is, when you put it in Franklin Park, and we used to go to Franklin Park all the time. I would go there either for golf or the zoo was there, but that was because we lived 2 miles away in Roslindale, and for us, it only took 15 minutes to get there because we were 2 miles away.
Right.
You know, it's one of those places, and they are legion in and around Boston. You just can't get to.
Yeah.
You can't get there.
And then once you get there, there's nowhere to park. So that's a smart move.
I don't know anything about where the actual stadium is in relation to the golf course and anything like that. I'm looking at it right now. Oh, okay. Yeah.
$100 million in public money.
All right. I know where it is now. Yeah.
Dion Irish is the guy's name, the city's chief operating officer. He just said, I can win just by being on the ballot. Dion Irish? I mean, you just put that on the ballot. People are like, yes, sir. $100 million for a women's soccer stadium renovations. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. Why would you want that in your neighborhood? Why would there be $1 of public money into that? Give it to girls' athletics in the city of Boston. Give it to girls' high school athletics. I'd rather have $100 million spent on that than some dumb women's soccer stadium that no one's going to go to. What's that supposed to do for the neighborhood?
It's probably not going to do a lot.
Yeah, why don't you use $200 million to spruce up the park and knock down the stadium altogether and make it a greenery? There you go. I solved all of everyone's problems.
It's impressive.
$100 million for a women's soccer. How long has this women's soccer league been in existence?
A while.
We're just tossing around $100 million in public money to it? I mean, I can't vote on it. I don't live in the city. They tried to put that in Newton. We'd put our foot down. You saw how we handled those teachers.
So BOS Nation FC.
We just let them do whatever they wanted.
Boss Nation FC. And they're part of the National Women's Soccer League.
National Women's Front, an Aryan organization.
Apparently, it's been around 13 years.
Yeah,
that speaks well of it.
Well established.
Years. Who's the biggest star in it?
I don't know.
Fred.
Is the Hope girl in it? The one that's in movies? Hope Solo?
Oh, no. I don't know what happened to her. No
Who's
idea.
the brunette girl that everyone loves?
Mia Hamm.
No, but after her. She has black.
Courtney Cox.
She had a little Courtney Cox tour.
I'm just thinking of brunettes that everybody loved.
Almost like Dancing in the Dark era. I don't know. There's two. Brandy Chastain. I know three women's soccer names.
Right.
Ryan says it's Alex Morgan you're thinking.
Alex Morgan is who I'm thinking of.
I think Alex Morgan is at the end of her career.
Yeah.
I think she's gone. Brandy Chastain, I think, is in her 50s at this point.
Yeah, because she's older than me.
Yeah, she was a star 99, 2000 in there.
That's one of those things that you never know who's on city council, and then you hear that they're going to spend $100 million of tax money, and then all of a sudden you read everyone's name. and you realize they gave them something to do.
This is the third try at a women's pro soccer league. The first two folded, apparently.
I wonder why. It could be that no one wants to watch it. And no one will ever want to watch it, and it's never going to work. The MLS here is terrible. Oof. $100 million. I don't like that. Oh, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Give me my hot compress.
Do you need a hot water bottle?
Give me my hot water bottle.
You need that humidifier you breathed into for about 3 weeks?
I thought I was fantasizing about it a little
okay.
bit, but I don't want to do that. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah. Nobody's going to watch the girls' soccer. The whole thing is for the community and the towns.
Yeah, but what is the building the soccer stadium and then letting a women's pro soccer team in there do it?
What does the community and the towns get out of a new white stadium?
They're going to use it. The high schools are going to use it. The community is going to use it.
What do they need a stadium for? I mean, it's
already there.
Boston
They're
public
just
schools.
redoing it.
Oh.
Yeah, but $200 million.
Public schools.
Yeah,
Just give it to.
Oh, it's way too much.
Give it to the teachers. Give it to someone else.
Boston Public Schools use that, I guess.
So
Give it to the cops and Jakes. That's what I say.
Oh, I want them to fund it.
Oh,
That's what I think.
Here we go.
forgot we made it that show policy.
Oh,
yeah.
That show policy.
Yeah.
Is to fund the police.
Yeah.
You know me. But I could think of a lot of ways to use $100 million in city funds other than rebuilding a stadium. Give it to the public schools. If they want to vote for that, give it to the public schools and let them use it to, on the kids and on the teachers. There you go. I just gave a very nice message to everyone.
Yeah, I knew what White Stadium, the gist of it was that it was to be used for this team and that there was controversy with money being spent on it. But like a lot of other enterprises, you want to have a sports league? Great. You want to have a franchise here in Boston? Terrific. Go do it. No one's stopping you from conducting your business. But when you want hundreds of millions of dollars in public funds so that you can, further your business, well, that's going to be a problem.
Well, why do they give the public money to the teams? Is because they believe that they're going to bring business and tax dollars into the city. So like when in Detroit, they just gave Illich like Midtown and they said, spruce it up to your liking. You can build your arena here.
Yeah.
And he did. And so everyone went, look at how nice it is now. And that's what happened. They think that, like people will come into town. Businesses around it will start thriving.
And
this, that, and the third.
And a lot of times that works.
Yes. But for a women's soccer stadium in Franklin Park, what are people going to go do? What is that going to do for anyone? Who's going to benefit from that? Unless you own the parking.
Well, one thing you could do is make a day of it, and you can go over there and maybe play a quick 9. Time for 9, Fred. And you get in 9 holes over at Franklin Park. You enjoy one of the delicious hot dogs that they offer up.
I'm starting to feel a little bit better.
Pulse round.
I was feeling sick, and now that you brought up 9 at Franklin.
Yeah, time for 9, buddy.
I'm starting to feel a little bit better.
And then you go catch a little kickball across the street. And go over to walk over to White Stadium. They kick a little footy.
Really?
Let's go watch some footy over at White Stadium. Hey, we got around this sumbitch in 2 hours. What else
we made it.
What else are we gonna do while we're here?
And because of all the work it took for us to get here, we're not leaving. We have to make sure.
I used to drive by that every day.
While.
Is it White Stadium by the zoo?
Yes.
Because I drove by the zoo every single day.
Yeah.
Coming home from work.
So it's right there.
Okay.
All right. Well, so I'm familiar with the area, and that's where I want the $200 million going. All right. Very good. That is our civic moment of the day. You don't have to run any civic programming now on Sunday morning at 5 a.m. When's the golf show come back?
Oh, I was just talking about that yesterday. And I did 2 podcasts yesterday.
Whoa.
2 podcasts yesterday.
Whoa.
And one of them was with the great people from the We Met Scholarship Fund. And they do great work.
Yeah, they take the money from I have to give them money without even wanting to.
Well, you're contributing to the We Met Fund as part of your golf club membership.
They just take it away, no matter if you want to or not.
Yeah, it's kind of
look at Apple.
It's kind of like us paying into our union.
Yeah, it's just a fun.
which I have not heard. I think we still pay into that union, by the way.
I don't think we do.
I don't know that.
Or some people around here do.
I don't think I do.
I don't. I know I don't. Hey, let me look at the Apple charts. What's the podcast called? I want to see where it ranks.
Why are you doing this to me? Sports Hub Golf Club.
Okay.
So what was the other podcast while he's looking that up? You said you recorded 2 of them.
I did, and it was one that they were celebrating their 300th episode of the Legends Lingo podcast. And I was on there last night. Bob Sosi had been on right before I got there. Jerry Thornton was on as I joined the podcast. Shukri Wrights was also a part of the festivities last night. It was like the Merv Griffin show being on that thing.
Wow.
Yeah, that was fun.
Huh.
But when I was doing the We Met thing, we were talking about the Sports Hub Golf Club. It will return Masters weekend, Sunday morning, 7 a.m., or maybe in somewhat different form this year. We haven't decided
Oh, boy.
yet.
Hey, I don't
You got a
like that.
clock on the wall. It counts down months, days, and minutes.
Well, I'm going to let you know.
All up here, Johnny.
Okay.
I went to the Sports Hub Golf Club, Beasley Media Group.
Yeah.
Apple's page.
Sure.
And the last one that's up is from the 1st of September.
Yeah, that was the last one of last season.
Yeah, recapping the LPGA event in Boston, FN3P merchandise.
Yeah.
Wrapping up the season.
Yeah. Oh, what? Give me the ranking.
Are you going to throw that all into one show?
I don't think there's enough time.
It was 40. I mean, that's a tight 47-minute window.
Wow.
To do all of
I
that
mean,
in
you
one
let
thing.
Hardy get loose. That's 90 minutes.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you're doing all these things. The Sports Hub Golf Club will be back. Are you going to do it live?
See, this is part of like the 2025 in this company. I don't know if they want it live. I think they might want it on a digital only access now. I don't know.
So they prefer things not on the radio.
I'm kind of you know what?
Someone here to monitor. You
Well,
see,
if the signal you have is worth nothing, then I guess the businesses would be. If you paid hundreds of millions or tens of millions of dollars for a signal, and now the signal's worth nothing.
98.5 The Golf Club.
Very, very clever. This is something that I would like a little direction from in terms of management. And I've kind of thrown it out there, even before this season, like, what would you guys like? And it's almost as if they don't care about the Sports Hub Golf Club, which we know that's not the case. We know that's not true.
Well, it's just lazy is what it is.
But
if they're not going to care about that, then they don't care about anything.
I'm not a monster. I'm not someone who's going to, stand up and scream and yell if I don't get my way. How about a little direction? What would you like? To direct me. I'm coachable, right?
yeah.
How would you like the Sports Hub Golf Club to exist in 2025? How about you let me know as opposed to just letting it happen?
Is public affairs before or after you on Sunday mornings?
See, that's hurtful too.
I love Matt Schaefer.
The mere suggestion. It's before.
Before. Okay. So Matt Schaefer's your lead-in.
No, Schaefer doesn't do it anymore.
Oh, he doesn't do it anymore.
He's been gone for years.
Oh, he has? Oh, that's too bad.
Tomatoes.
Because
Let's talk about cheese.
yeah, Hardy's something of
That
a
was
cheese
public
whiz.
affairs.
He's something of a cheese whiz, Hardy.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for having me.
And with all due respect, you're something of a cheese whiz.
Yeah.
That's like a first date, falling in love. Matt Schaefer and that guest.
Plymouth.
He loved it. All right.
Tomatoes.
Look, let's get through today. That's what we're doing.
We're already
one
20
foot,
minutes in.
one foot
We're
in front
off
of the
and
other.
running. Come on, one step forward. Here we go.
Heel toe it, baby. Heel toe it till 10 o'clock.
Both your local teams played last night. We'll get into it.
More.
yeah, we are Toucher and Hardy. Hardy, what's going on?
Hell yeah, I caught that game last night.
I'm sorry. What happened last night is brought to you by Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, where your hair doesn't have to be a game of what happened. So change your lettuce and change your life with Dr. Matthew Lopresti at 1-800-GET-HAIR.
Hell yeah, I caught that game last night. Stayed up late to watch the second night of back-to-back as the Celtics are on the West Coast. This one started a few minutes earlier than the other one 2 nights ago, didn't it?
Yes, half an hour.
Yeah, half an hour.
Yeah. Instead of starting at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time, it started at 10.
So, Wallach, why don't you take us through what was going on with LeBron James beforehand? Is he got another All-Star selection last night?
Yeah, he's set the new record. He's now been in more All-Star games than any other player in history. I think it's 20 or 21 at this point. He was voted an All-Star starter, but even though you had 5 Western Conference starters and 5 Eastern Conference starters, it doesn't matter because the All-Star game format is all different this year.
Right, it's 4 teams, including one. Right. But does he deserve to be an All-Star starter?
Not really, but he's LeBron James. His numbers are good. They're not great.
But is he the second best forward in the Western Conference?
I'd say probably not. LeBron, 24 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists per game.
And LeBron heard the whispers saying that very same thing at tip-off last night. Then he went out there and he just remembered that he was still LeBron James.
Tatum would have been a very rare offensive rebound. LeBron drives, spins on Cornette, and scores off the window.
We're seeing that over and over again.
The NBA's all-time leading scorer adds 2 more.
Yes, and he was doing it with layups, and he was doing it with a little more authority.
Already his 7th year in L.A., if you can't believe that or not. LeBron driving on Cornette, flushes hard. Blows right by Luke Cornette.
How? Oh, okay. All right.
What?
All right. He drove by Sam Hauser and Luke Cornette for a dunk.
How?
He drove by what? And what did he do?
DA, what are you doing here?
He flushed hard?
Oh, yes.
Where did all the waste go?
I know. I was just going to say you prefer people not to flush so you can inspect. I understand.
It depends where the camera is.
Right.
Oh, flushed it hard. It finally took
Yeah.
a second what you were talking about.
Fred, I was with you. I understood.
Yeah.
I got you.
Blows right by Luke Cornette.
Yeah.
What was Luke going to do with that?
How old is that man?
Okay.
I don't think that matters at this point.
Flushes hard.
He's old enough to have his son play in the game, and J.J. Redick, who's Mr. Integrity of the Game and Mr. Basketball, you got to talk so nicely about it, is the guy putting Bronny James, who was shooting under 10% from the field for the season.
Be thankful, by the way, J.J. Redick told a story about how he almost joined the Celtics staff when Joe Mazzulla got hired. So he was almost an assistant here.
I mean, the amount of just fraudulent behavior that everything he says gets completely trumped by the fact that he's putting Bronny James on the court during an NBA game. That if he really cared that much about the NBA, he would honor it a little bit by not playing someone that has no business being in the NBA. He's shooting under 10% from the field.
Yeah. The fact that he co-hosted a podcast with his best player for years kind of takes the shine off his credibility a little bit.
He's like the Lombardi of the Lakers. Like, he just hung around filleting the guy until like a job opened up. And then
It's
acts
actually
all
not a bad comparison.
It's a great comparison. And then he acts all arrogant, and he's like he's above everyone else. And it's funny to me because, okay, so you got this job by A, doing a podcast like a jackass, B, filleting the biggest star in the NBA, and then you talk about the integrity of the game, and then you turn around and you play your fellatio partner's son in games where he has no business playing. And he's keeping someone else, by the way, from a pension and NBA deal. Like, he's keeping another person off that roster. So, you know, that, and people do that. You'll see stars like go on IR or something because they'll go like, I don't want to take, like, even Rodgers did it. He's like, I don't want to come back and take a roster spot from someone when he was hurt 2 years ago. Like, and I believe him. And so, you know, they think about that, and that's a football team with, you know, 50 some odd guys they got to juggle. So he's taking a job away from someone else, and that's what J.J. Redick is willing to do. Take jobs away.
Sure.
With 3.8 on the shot clock, but the story now is not Christian Coloco coming into the game. It's the guy next to him. Not Shake Milton. But the kid wearing number 9, Bronny James, will play in his first Celtic Laker game.
He really teased it
Welcome
out there.
to the Thunderdome.
With the Lakers up 28.
And he flushed hard. Be a man, flush.
Flushes hard.
Okay. Yes. 28 was the largest lead.
That's never going to fit down that drain. It's too large and unpliable.
As the Celtics would lose by a lot.
Square peg, round hole.
117-96 last night against the Lakers.
You're going to have to pee it down into something of a different shape.
Break that up a little bit.
See that? You know you've crossed the line now. You know that the weird rules, which they don't even really enforce anymore. That's what would have gotten you in trouble back in the day.
It actually wouldn't have.
That's the way you phrased it.
It's the way I phrased it was brilliant.
It's the way he phrased it was fantastic. There's a
it would
different
have to
way
be far more descriptive than that.
There's a different way to phrase it that would have gotten him in trouble.
Yes. I mean, it would have, in the 90s or the 2000s, but yeah, when people cared.
Yeah. LeBron James, 20 points, 14 rebounds last night. Anthony Davis had 24 for the Lakers. Celtics led by Kristaps Porzingis, who had 22. Only 16 and 17 from Tatum and Brown, respectively.
You were asking me who's better than LeBron. Anthony Davis has been better than LeBron this year.
Sure.
25 and 11.
I wasn't asking you, but sure. Yeah, Anthony Davis.
Well, Fred was.
I was because I saw 3 guys from the Athletics, their starting rosters that they voted for. I guess it's half fans, half players,
fans, a quarter players, and a quarter media.
And one guy voted for LeBron. And he goes, I don't want to be the guy to keep LeBron off the All-Star game team, as if he wouldn't have made it anyway. But
he would have. He just wouldn't have been a quote-unquote starter. But again, it doesn't. Starters don't matter. They're going to be 24 total players, 12 in each conference, and then they're going to get broken up into 3 teams of 8.
And then the
if
team
you're
that wins the youngsters title,
right? They get the 4th team.
They played a 40.
Yes. 3 games to 40. So instead of 1 game that doesn't matter, we're going to have 3 games that don't matter that people don't care about.
It's a college try. I mean, you can't. I mean, I'm not going to insult them for trying something. Yeah. I mean, they at least are acknowledging that the NBA All-Star game is unwatchable.
Fair enough.
So I'm not going to give them grief for trying something.
I will say this: the way the voting is, LaMelo Ball is having a great year. He's averaging almost 30 points a game. He was among the top vote getters at guard. I think he was the top vote getter at guard.
Oh, really?
And the media placed him 7th, so he didn't get the starting nod over Jalen Brunson.
Well, from what I read, his advanced stats are not very impressive.
I know, but
he puts up more shots than anyone else.
The kid is, but granted, he shoots like he did in high school. He has no conscience at all, but he's fun to watch. And I want that guy playing in a game like this. I want that guy getting as much time as possible in a game like this.
My heart's on LiAngelo, who we saw rap during the Lions game. You didn't see it on TV, but we saw it.
No, I missed it.
He got in the end zone and he sort of rapped for a minute and a half.
Rocked the house, did he?
My son was all excited because he was, I guess, he's a big joke or something.
Okay.
My son was taping it and putting it online because it's a big joke. I don't know. He's really untalented or something like that. I don't know. He didn't describe it to me well.
Closer to home last night. By the way, Celtics come home now. When do they play at the Garden?
They have one more game to play. They're going to stop in Dallas on the way back, play there tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. All right. Last night at the Garden, Bruins were home. And we thought we would see after he was pulled from the game 2 nights ago early that we would have a chance to see Swayman again. Apparently, Swayman dealing with an upper body. He's got an upper body.
And they said it was minor, but Beers is not buying that. He thinks that they're going to be precious with him. So he's like, I'm not going to believe he's back until he's back.
Korpisalo's been good.
Korpisalo had a shutout last night. Yep. I mean, not to flush too hard.
I guess we don't need to listen to the
Square
rest of
peg,
this.
round hole.
Thank you, Fred.
Flushes hard.
Well, now you know what happened.
Grandy, was it grand?
Oh, that's terrible.
What?
You know. Korpisalo was very good last night.
Moran taps 1-2 Shabbat. Just onside.
Korpisalo.
Stutzlo on the far side. Drops one back. Batherson with a one-timer steered out of play by Korpisalo.
That's what happens when you go to the bathroom and you're all alone in there. It's a Korpisalo.
That's over the line. It's like Han Solo, but with crap. His Millennium Falcon's a porta potty.
Just let him. He's not feeling well. You just gotta let him.
I wonder what the bathroom was like at the Creature Cantina.
They never showed that, D.A. They never saw that.
Yeah, that's my fan fiction. Greedo, it stinks in here.
Show up at Comic-Con. What are you dressed as? I'm the bathroom attendant from the Creature Cafe.
Today's going to be an interesting show. Fairly loopy.
Morgan Geekie has been very good.
Asta pivots down the wall against Batherson. Cuts to the side of the net. Throws one right through the crease. Forsberg got a piece of that. Pasternak from behind the net now in front. Score! Geekie off the feed from Pasternak, and the Bruins grab the 1-0 lead.
The pass from Pasternak there was fantastic.
That's a guy that's worth every penny.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Pasternak is playing out of his mind good this month.
Yeah. I mean, that and the lead up to that goal, Pasternak, something you don't see very often. One hands his stick, takes the other hand to lift the stick of the defender coming back and pushing him away from the crease, gets behind the goal, makes a pass, gets the puck back behind the goal again, and then finds Geekie out in front on a beautiful pass. And you just don't see Pasternak fighting through guys and actually maintaining possession of the puck.
He's known as a goal scorer. He's expanded his game. He's facilitating this year.
Yeah.
Mainly because he has to, because the offensive talent around him is challenged. Can we say challenged?
Yeah.
So, no,
Careful.
it's really, really, he's been fantastic. Both ends of the ice, he's been great.
Yeah, so that was good. They even put together a little highlight package for Geekie over his last two games. And again, not all goals being scored, but just the things that he's doing and doing well. And, Ottawa was left with nothing to do with 2 minutes left, but pull their goaltender.
Near corner, 13 to go. Giroux brings it to the top of the face-off circle. Shabbat back to Giroux, picked off by Pasternak. Breakaway toward the empty net. He shoots and scores. David Pasternak puts the finishing touches on it. The Bruins with a 2-0 lead and 4 seconds to go.
And believe it or not, that would be your final. No score change in the last 4 seconds. 2-0. The Bruins get the win. The shutout, as Fred spoiled for you earlier, against the Ottawa Senators in the second night of back-to-backs for the Bruins.
Yes, and the Bruins right now would be in the playoffs, and if some way Tampa misses 4 games, they will not have a chance. The games the Bruins, they have in hand on the Bruins. The Bruins will remain that way. It's going to be very tough for this team to make the playoffs.
If they get snowed out, down in Florida, and they can't play games down there because of the treacherous road conditions, I guess that could happen.
Hey, Bruins technically in third place in the division. Not even a wild card.
Yeah. And
there you go.
It's funny that they're playing 3 games in 4 days, and they've played this many games. I mean, teams are starting to catch up, but it is weird just how that schedule all worked out this year.
Nobody's played more games than the Bruins.
Yeah.
In the league.
Yeah.
At this point.
It's pretty strange, but every game, if you care about them making the playoffs, every game matters now.
The Swayman thing.
There's also scoreboard watching too.
Yeah, the Swayman thing Beer's watching. The Swayman thing is a little weird.
That's what Beer's said.
The whole thing. The kid they called up from Providence, Michael DiPietro, AHL All-Star.
Yeah, I guess he's been fantastic.
There's that. He's second in the AHL in goals against and fourth in save percentage.
Well, don't let him leave. Give him a big contract so you're paying 3 goalies, $10 million a year.
Give him a chance. Give him a shot next couple of games.
Well, you can't really be screwing around. I wouldn't. You got plenty of time at the end of the season to play him when you're mathematically out of the playoffs.
One more thing that bears mentioning from that game last night, Bruins were about to kill off a penalty when they took another one, had to kill off, 20, 30 seconds of a 5-on-3.
Yep.
And then Sacco was asked about the PK after the game.
Some nights it's not going to go your way, and some nights it will. Tonight, there was a strong focus tonight for us, making sure that we were trying to cut off the top, trying to keep it to the outside. We didn't do a good enough job last night in New Jersey keeping the puck to the outside, and they were getting pucks into the middle of the ice through seams. I thought our seam coverage was better tonight. And then you need some saves again, like I said before.
Cutting off the top doesn't always work. That won't do. All right, very good. We'll be back in just a moment, and we'll continue our trip down everything that's going on in the world of sports. Bert Breer will be in studio at 7.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And there's plenty of – he's all over the place. He's on the Rich Eisen show. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
Lots of interesting stuff overnight.
Absolutely. We will have that for you in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
Lakers blew out the Celtics out west last night, 117-96. Kristaps Porzingis led the Green with 22 points, but they were down 28 in the fourth quarter. They wrap up their road trip tomorrow in Dallas. LeBron James and Jason Tatum among those voted NBA All-Stars last night. Bruins goaltender Jonas Korpisalo made 29 saves.
We're Dutcher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Some strange doings in the NFL yesterday. As I have it, if you guys want it.
Yeah.
You know, the Jaguars were without a coach, and they were kind of, screwing around, and they didn't know what they were going to do, and they had this general manager, Balky. And then about 2 days ago, Jonathan, they fired this Balky fella?
I think it was yesterday. What happened was Liam Cohen, the Tampa Bay offensive coordinator, came in for an interview and then left. And, pulled himself out of the running and went back to Tampa Bay and agreed to a contract extension. Shad Khan, the owner of Jacksonville, basically fired Trent Baalke yesterday, although there was a lot of flowery words put on it, mutually agreed to go their separate ways. And then he called Liam Cohen back and said, you know what, we fired this guy, and here's Ben Johnson money, whatever Ben Johnson signed for in Chicago, please come back. And Liam Cohen apparently didn't sign his contract extension, even though he agreed to it. So Tampa is texting Liam Cohen, come and sign this deal. They couldn't find him. It turned out he flew back to Jacksonville and overnight agreed to become their new head coach because Balky was let go.
It's good to know that this guy that everyone's had on their radar for so long is finally being able to push a franchise around and get him to do whatever he wants.
Shad Khan's lost his mind.
He's lost it. I mean, like all the guys, this is the guy you're going to let dictate what you do with your franchise.
You get you get this guy, Cohen, is going to be able to pick his own GM.
It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, how long has this guy been the offensive coordinator for Tampa Bay? Not long.
No longer than a couple of years. I mean, Bert can certainly speak more to this when he gets in here in a few minutes, but my God, Ben Johnson at least had a reputation. The Detroit offense is a juggernaut, was a juggernaut. So people are like, okay, here's clearly the guy. Ben Johnson's been the guy the last 1 or 2 coaching cycles.
Right.
Liam Cohen literally has come out of nowhere. Baker Mayfield has resurrected his career under him, and that's great. But to throw a ton of money at him and give him control of the front office, that's crazy.
Did you see, there is this conversation happening if the Jaguars should trade Trevor Lawrence to the Titans for a package including the first pick in this year's draft because he's just never going to work out there. I mean, people are talking about the Jaguars being the second best job out of, Patriots first, Jaguars second. That was in a lot of people's lists when they ranked the jobs.
That's insane, too.
Because of Trevor Lawrence. But it's Jacksonville. That Jacksonville job's the worst job in the NFL. It really is the worst job in the NFL. Say what you will about, other crappy franchises. Dallas with Jerry Jones. It's Dallas. The Jets with Woody Johnson. It's still New York.
Yeah.
The Jacksonville's just a dumpy garbage franchise with a stupid owner.
Dumpy garbage city.
A dumpy garbage city that has no business having a team. It's so weird that they have a team.
Play there at least 2 games a year. They have to play in London.
I mean, Chicago. It's the third biggest city. Is it still? Yeah, it's still the third biggest city, and it's it's a storied franchise, and you've got a quarterback there. It's I don't know. The whole notion that Jacksonville was some prime destination for anybody is mind-boggling to me. But
I'm going to ask Bert about it. No, sorry to interrupt. I'm going to ask Bert about it because I want to be reminded. I've been told why they have a franchise. It's to own some region. They looked at a map of the United States and
Northern Florida was important.
It's weird. Because you have Atlanta and Tampa, and it doesn't seem like you would need anything between them. That's enough. Right?
Yeah.
Atlanta and Tampa's enough.
Right.
And then you have Miami and Southern Florida.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Yeah, Tampa's not that far south. It's on the west coast of Florida, right?
Yeah, someone gave me an explanation. I'll have to ask Bert about it. But why out of all cities does Jacksonville have a team? New Orleans has a team because they've had one for a long time. The times were different when New Orleans got their team, and they're not going to get it taken away. But Jacksonville... I might have. When did they become a team? 90s
or mid 90s when Coughlin was at BC in the early 90s, and he left to become the head coach and the GM.
I could vote when they became a team. I'd vote for no Jacksonville. I mean, think of all the cities that
Jacksonville's been around 30 years.
And why'd you say it? That's sad.
30 years, yeah.
I mean, do you know one person that likes the Jaguars besides Kendra?
No.
Have you met anyone else that likes
No.
ever even met him in passing?
No.
I've been to a Jaguars game, I went to a Jets-Jaguars game, and we had to hail a cab on the exit ramp of a freeway. And we brought our suitcases.
In Jacksonville?
In Jacksonville. And we brought our suitcases into the stadium. But it was pre-9/11. But we brought our... Oh, no, it was post-9/11. And people were very uncomfortable that we had our suitcases with us.
Rolling bags?
Rolling suitcases with us.
Interesting.
Yes, exactly. And, it was just there was no one around. There was no one there. When we got to the hotel, I think we flew in on a Friday night. We got to the hotel at like 7 o'clock at night. We're like, what? Like, there was so little going on. We're like, what are we going to do? And they're like, there's a monorail. I think a Hooters is still open. Like, it's 3 stops on the monorail. Like, so now I got to get up. And so, I mean, it's the worst place I've ever seen a game. That's for sure. Their sports talk radio is top notch.
Yes.
You can hear it when you're in Hilton Head.
Well, if you're wondering about Liam Cohen, it's like, wait a second, isn't he from around here? Didn't he play some football here? He did indeed, and we have a familiar voice to relive some Liam Cohen highlights when he was quarterback at UMass.
Cohen looking to pass. He's going to take it himself. He's at midfield. He's going to avoid a tackle and get all the way down to the 40-yard line. Liam Cohen looking more like Ricky Santos on 2nd down and 11. He picks up the first down.
The dulcet tones of Mark the Beetle Bertrand
and
calling
Ricky
the game there
Santos.
for UMass.
Whoever that is.
How about that?
Cohen under center. He'll take the snap. Takes the handoff. Baylark looking downfield. Looking to pass. Throws out towards there. The sideline. Is it caught? Yes! J.J. Moore catches it down at the 7. Wow!
Beetle, pretty good play-by-play guy.
He was.
Yeah.
Was he in college when he was doing that?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow, that's great. He was really good.
Cohen's going to look to pass. Turns around. Goes to his left. Touchdown! Ian Jorgensen. UMass takes the lead.
That's better
That's
than
really good.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds like a professional broadcaster.
He does.
Cohen, he's going to look to pass. Looking down the field. Brandon Lund incomplete. He has it at the 10. He's down near the goal line. Touchdown, UMass!
I would argue that he's a little too fired up about UMass scoring touchdowns. Really, what does it matter in the scheme of things?
Cohen's going to keep it. He'll take it himself and get the first down.
That's before they were a D1 program, right?
Yes. They won a national championship at 1AA.
Wow, that's something. They beat Kennesaw State.
I don't remember.
I
think it was a school in Georgia somewhere.
Southern Georgia or whatever, like Valdosta State.
No, it actually might have been Georgia Southern.
Yeah, Georgia Southern or Valdosta State.
Yeah, I think that Mark Whipple, who was the head coach back then, they were all offense and no defense. They'd win games like 52-41.
Well, listen, you get what you paid for. I mean, women's soccer is getting $100 million of public money to refurbish the stadium. Why not UMass football?
A lot more on the NFL, that situation and others when Bert joins us at 7. You guys were talking about this earlier. Freddie, I had no idea you had any interest in the Australian Open, but Novak Djokovic tapped out of his semifinal match Friday afternoon, which would have been, last night for us? Friday afternoon Australia was last
How
night
tall is that dude that he was playing?
Zverev?
With the man bun.
Alexander Zverev?
Because Djokovic is probably like 6'4", and this guy's like a good 5 inches taller than him. And the crowd was booing, and it's very controversial because you are not supposed to boo.
6'6", Alexander Zverev.
Yeah, so you're not supposed to boo Djokovic. People don't like him.
Well, so...
And it's been very controversial. It's been Patrick McEnroe was beside himself.
The first set took over an hour and 20 minutes.
That's fun.
Ended in a tiebreak. Djokovic, who has already got, all this stuff that he's got on his thigh where he apparently had a muscle tear. He kind of limps over to the net, shook hands with him. He said, "That's it. I'm all done." And he said, well, "I did everything I could. I had the physio. I had the strapping on or whatever they call it. Not the strap on, the strapping, the tape." The physio tape. Medications.
Snore.
He said it was. He said it started hurting more, and it's like it was too much to handle. So I'm all done.
They get so precious with it. I mean, they really like Patrick McEnroe was just beside himself at the audacity of the Australian crowd to boo Djokovic. I suppose he's hurt. So
the official word is muscle tear in leg. Left leg.
He's got a leg.
Captain Ponytail is now in the final.
Zverev, I don't know if this is true or not. I haven't looked since you looked already. Apparently Zverev is 6'8".
Yeah, because I think Djokovic is like 6'4".
A tennis fan diligently listening at this hour says, you're wrong. He's 6'8".
Yes, because I think Djokovic is like 6'3", 6'4", and this guy's like quite a bit taller than him.
Yes.
But what do I know? I don't know anything.
Everyone listen is 6'6".
Okay. It's not really.
1.98 meters.
Whatever that is.
Okay.
I mean, all I know is Ben Shelton is carrying the country flag. He's going to be at the Country Fest after he plays in this.
He lost.
ESPN,
right.
ATP, Fox Sports, they all list him at 6'6".
All right, great.
Well, listen, that riddle's solved.
Ben Shelton, the great American hope, lost in the semifinals
It's a
earlier
shame.
today. Yep.
All right. Well, look, Bert Breer is supposed to be here. He's going to, we'll see how close to 7 he makes it. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy.
game. Put it in simple words. Played a little bit low energy maybe also first half.
They're 2-1. The Celtics are on a 4-game road trip. They finish things up in Dallas tomorrow. LeBron James and Jason Tatum were both voted NBA All-Star starters last night. The Bruins scored a 2-0 win over Ottawa at TD Garden yesterday evening. David Pastrnak had a goal and an assist. Jonas Korpisalo added 29 saves in net to shut out his former team. Bruins have tonight off. They will host Colorado tomorrow. In NFL news, weird stuff overnight from Jacksonville. Tampa Bay offensive coordinator Liam Cohen pulled himself out of the running for their head coaching job and agreed to a contract extension with the Buccaneers. Then the Jaguars fired GM Trent Baalke yesterday. Cohen went back to Jacksonville and overnight accepted the job. Former Jets head coach Robert Saleh has reportedly agreed to go back to San Francisco. He will be the 49ers defensive coordinator. And Novak Djokovic quit after one set of his Australian Open semifinal match with Alexander Zverev yesterday with a muscle tear in his left leg. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Prime Rib Dinner at the 99. Available every Friday after 4 p.m. all day Saturday and Sunday. 16 ounces of slow-roasted USDA choice prime rib with 2 sides. You gotta love the nines. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Listen to it, laugh at it, get mad at it, agree with it, argue about it. It is Boston Sports. Boston Sports. And it is all we do. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Fred, what's it like to work with Hardy and Wallace?
What a golden ticket I've gotten.
There you have it. Toucher and Hardy resumes on the Sports Hub.
Albert Breer is here again. A few minutes late, but only 5 or 10. He swears Urban Meyer is not his friend. Albert Breer is here again.
Sure. Why not?
Damn it, I put my headphones on too late.
You really missed
what you're going to miss.
You never,
Sounds like circus music. Nick,
yeah,
is that your work
it's a
again?
little annoying at 7. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
It's a lot. The happy days are here again.
Not enough
Well,
banjo
Nick's
in
a
this
lot
world.
to deal with, right?
Yeah. Well, listen, Nick's the best part of it, but it's a lot at 7. I do agree. Bert Breer is the senior NFL reporter and lead content strategist for the MMQB. Getting down to business with Bert Breer is presented by Bentley University, where good business begins and leaders come to learn. We were brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Bert, I'm being serious. Why did the NFL put a team in Jacksonville?
The reality of it is that they thought it was going to be the next Atlanta.
No, that's what you told me. Okay,
yeah,
that was it.
So
yeah.
this was 30 years ago, 35 years ago. And so the population shift, whatever, from the Midwest to the Southeast. And so, like, they wanted to populate the growing Southeast markets and be the first there. And if you remember, like, if we go back, like, people they forget this. Like, if you go back to the 80s, there were very few teams in that part of the country in any sport. You know, I think you had Miami teams. Tampa had a couple.
Well, you didn't have basketball
Right.
in Florida. You didn't have baseball in Florida. You didn't have hockey in Florida.
There was
so,
no pro sports.
You had the Dolphins.
North Carolina,
Yeah,
there was
Tampa.
no pro sports. In Tennessee, there was no pro sports, right?
Yeah.
So they wanted to be first into these big southeastern markets. And so when they did the expansion, I remember everybody thought the two teams were going to be St. Louis and Baltimore. And because the St. Louis had lost the Cardinals and Baltimore had lost the Colts.
Right.
And, obviously the NFL wanted to take a look in the southeastern markets. And if I remember right, like those markets had their ducks in a row a little bit better than the ones than St. Louis and Baltimore. And I think Jacksonville had sold the NFL on the idea that this is going to grow into this. What's going to happen here is exactly what happened in Atlanta over the previous 20 years.
Would you like to know where their television market is?
It's like 50th or something.
It's
isn't it?
41st.
Okay.
Behind Hartford at 32nd.
Yeah.
St. Louis at 24. Sacramento at 20.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's some pretty garbage. Greenville, Spartanburg,
Well,
Nashville.
you know what city actually wound up becoming that is Nashville.
Yeah.
And I think Charlotte, they probably got that one right too. Like Charlotte was growing at that time.
It's purgatory for bankers. That is true.
Yeah. So anyway,
if you want to work in banking, you will go to Charlotte, and you will have to survive there.
I think
for 4 or 5 years.
I think what you're getting at is maybe what should have been like a relatively quiet night last night.
Right. So Liam Cohen is the offensive coordinator. He was the offensive coordinator for Tampa Bay.
Was is a key word there.
Right.
He's not real welcome back there.
Right. He had agreed to a new contract to be the offensive coordinator in Tampa, but he never signed it.
Yeah.
And then overnight, after they had fired their GM, Jacksonville hires him. So what's
You want the whole story?
Yeah, just give the whole story.
You have something better than what
so they had like last week, they knew Liam was going in for his first interview, which was, I believe, January 15th, which would be like last Wednesday, maybe
9 days ago.
Yeah. So like he went in, he was going to go in for his first interview with Jacksonville last Wednesday. They felt like the Bucs felt like he had a good shot at it, so they went to him and said, like, what will it take for us to keep you? And so he gave him a number that would make him the highest paid coordinator in NFL history. And they went back to ownership. They basically said to him, all right, like, this was difficult, but we got you your number. And and then he met with ownership, and they basically encouraged him to take the first interview. Like, hey, we think it'd be a good experience. You want to go take the first interview, that's fine. Sure. Go ahead and do that. So he goes and takes the first interview. He becomes one of the 3 finalists, or 3 guys that were invited back this week for second interviews. It's him, Patrick Graham, who's the Raiders defensive coordinator, and Robert Saleh, the former Jets coach. So he's going to go in on Wednesday. And basically over the course of this week, they said, we want to give you this 3-year deal, make you the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL. It's contingent on you not taking the second interview with Jacksonville. So the deadline pushes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He asked for more time, and then Wednesday he accepts the deal. That's contingent again on him not taking the second interview in Jacksonville. So he pulls his name out. Then Jacksonville fires its general manager like a few hours later. Trent Baalke, who most coaches did not want to work with because he's got a reputation as a backstabber. That's another story for another day. Didn't get along real well with Jim Harbaugh, as you might imagine, in San Francisco.
Well, this is
years ago.
Quite the soap opera.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So then on Wednesday, Liam talks to the Bucs front office, says, hey, you want me to come in and sign the contract now, or can I come in the morning? They're like, don't worry about it. You can come in the morning. Not a big deal. So he comes in the morning. They're expecting him in the morning. They can't get a hold of him. This is yesterday. So they're trying to get a hold of him, trying to get a hold of him. Can't get a hold of him. Then they hear from his agent. His agent says he's got a family situation he's dealing with now. So then
speaks very well of this.
So
man.
so then they leave it alone for a couple hours. But they still haven't heard of him.
My kids are dying
in the afternoon. I don't want to get into the family specifics, but then they try to get a hold of him again a few hours later. They can't get a hold of him, and then he calls Todd Bowles directly and says, like, well, I got to look into this Jacksonville thing. And there's some dispute over like the timeline here, but I know. Like he told him, I'm going to go to Jacksonville, or I'm going to get on the plane, something like that. And then they found out, they had heard, like, I think less than an hour later, that he was already in the building there in Jacksonville. And so it's just, I mean, like, a lot of moving parts.
How long has Liam Cohen been a head coaching candidate?
He's been in the mix. Well, this is his first year as a head coaching candidate.
Okay, so basically the Jaguars said, take our franchise and do whatever you want with it.
That's the weirdest thing out of all of this.
So Shad Khan, who is, I mean, has messed this thing up. Like, this is like effing up a one-car funeral. Like the way Shad Khan's handled this whole thing. It's just a mess.
It can't be popular with the other owners.
Huh? I mean, it's just, it's crazy because it's like everyone knew that Trent Baalke was poison.
So why did Khan hold on to him for 3 weeks?
So Trent Baalke, and so here's the thing, is like Shad Khan has been sort of has this reputation of being an absentee owner. He's never around. He doesn't live there. He basically treats the team like a real estate holding, you know? And then he's involved in it because his son wanted to be involved in pro sports. And it's obviously an NFL team's a great investment. Like, what business can you buy that guarantees the sort of appreciation that an NFL team is going to have? So, what I had heard was he really, Trent Baalke has a way of working his owners. It happened in San Francisco. It's happened here. B, Shad may not have wanted to do the search himself. And so, like having Trent there gives him somebody else to kind of help run the search.
Jesus. Even a guy with a reputation like that everybody knew about.
Yeah. So, and that's the thing is, like, that's the crazy. I mean, you guys knew about that reputation, right?
No.
Okay. So, like, I thought.
No, the front office mechanics in Jacksonville have never crossed our decks.
But I mean, like, Trent Baalke had this reputation because his relationship blew up with Jim Harbaugh. I think I've told you guys some stories about that blowing up.
What happened?
There were all kinds of stories.
Give us one.
Yeah, you give us the best one off the top of your head.
I mean, I've told you guys. There's a couple. I've told
but I don't remember.
There's a couple I've told off the air that I can't tell. There was one I can tell here that he and Jim Harbaugh were. This is more funny than bad, but this. There's a story from San Francisco where he and Jim Harbaugh played racquetball against each other, and Trent Baalke was apparently a fantastic racquetball player, and Harbaugh's really competitive, so Harbaugh couldn't beat him, and so Harbaugh had a camera installed in the racquetball court, and then sent the tape of them playing racquetball to a professional, to a racquetball coach, and the racquetball coach found a flaw in Trent Baalke's game. And Jim Harbaugh played him one more time, wherever that hole was in his game, exploited it, beat him, and then never played him again.
You can tell that these coaches they're so busy. They're working 16 hours a day.
Okay.
Like, I don't have time to do that.
Sleeping on a cot in the office because they have to game plan so much.
It kind of reminds me of, like, if you had a video game, like, when you were a kid and your brother, and you couldn't beat your brother in it, and then you beat him one time, you declared yourself the champion and walked away.
World champion of all time. And I choose to not run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely, that
happens.
It's so funny that they say that those guys work 16-hour days, and I wouldn't have time to do that, just with my parenting situation and this job.
So, anyway, like, Trent had a reputation for being, he
would get in the owner's ear.
Everyone thought he stabbed Jim Harbaugh in the back. Then he went through Jim Tom Sula, Chip Kelly in San Francisco. He got his job initially in San Francisco because his boss got fired, and he cozied up to the owner after that. They fired Mike Singletary, keep Trent. And then it was the same thing in Jacksonville, like, where his boss, Dave Caldwell, got fired. A lot of people thought he stabbed Dave in the back. And then when Doug Marrone got fired, they held him over with Urban Meyer. And Urban Meyer gets fired, he survives. And then Doug Peterson gets fired, and he survives. And he'd clash with the coaching staff there, which is why a lot of coaches like Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson was not going to Jacksonville, even though he liked the football situation there, as long as Trent Baalke was there. And I think that was happening again with Liam Cohen, where Liam Cohen, part of the equation in pulling his name out was, like, I may only have one shot at this. I don't know if I want to work with that guy.
Is Liam Cohen worth what Shad Khan apparently is pointing up to the table? Control of his GM,
we'll see.
Yeah,
this money.
Just if you were gambling, right, and he was like a token, like, would he be worth this kind of play? Was he going to get another job? Like, if he didn't take Jacksonville, was he for sure going to get one of the other?
Not this year, but
it's crazy.
I think
it's crazy.
That it's nuts what he's doing. That's absolutely nuts.
So it's Ben Johnson, Vrabel, and Aaron Glenn. Then were the guys.
Yeah,
and everyone else.
Oh, those three were definitely the guys. Yeah.
So there you go. So congratulations.
There was definitely a feel that he there's definitely a feel that, like, there was a big drop off after those three.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, that stuff rarely winds up being the case. You know what I mean? Like where everyone has it right, where because there's a good chance one of those three, Vrabel, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn. The statistics tell you at least one of those three will probably fall on his face.
They're all logical.
And then there'll be somebody that we don't know that'll make it. But
they're all logical choices.
But yes, those are three logical choices. And if you're the Patriots, the Jets, the Bears, you feel really good that you got one of the bells of the ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know why the Jets got Glenn. I know why Chicago wanted.
There's good logic to all three.
There's good logic to all of them because people are whining about the Jets getting Glenn, and it's like,
why?
They need to repair that franchise, man. They needed someone who wanted to be there.
Right.
They
that
couldn't
was
have the Jacksonville thing.
To me, that was one of the most important things was what you've heard from so many people that have been there over the last 15 years is complaining about the environment, complaining about the circus, complaining about the reputation of the franchise. And they needed somebody to go in there who wanted that job, who wasn't going there, well, it's an NFL head coaching job. They needed somebody who was going to embrace the challenge of being there, which is different than I think the other 31.
I completely agree. And, so many people had said the Jacksonville job was like the second most after the Patriots, the second most because Trevor Lawrence. I heard
it's not just Lawrence though. I think that job was seen as attractive because the owner will leave you alone. He's not really around. There's not a lot of pressure. I mean, it's Jacksonville, so you're not.
Dave Sports Talk.
But you don't have the local media breathing down your neck.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised.
I think there is a live show.
You hear the clamping of horse. You hear the clomping of horse hooves.
They hammer them.
The telegraph's coming.
Has anyone done themselves more of a disservice in this offseason in terms of a coaching search than the Cowboys? To me, the way that was handled with keeping McCarthy around as long as they did and putting themselves out of the position to get, as you said, Bert, one of the three bells of the ball. That seems like such a gap.
Let's break if we're going to get into that.
Yeah.
There's a lot there, and then we can talk about Josh McDaniels, and we can talk about everything else because we have Bert. There's a lot happening in the NFL. We just covered what happened over last night. I think that's interesting. It doesn't all have to be Patriots, ladies and gentlemen. He's a national writer here. All right, so let's do that. Let's come back with what Hardy has to say.
He's a national pundit,
He really is.
He's a voice.
I mean, he's like a Schefter. He's like a taller Schefter. All right, we'll be right back. from MMQB, and Amazon is in studio. Just very quickly, I know it's television market and it doesn't mean city size, but Orlando, Daytona Beach, Melbourne is a bigger television market than Miami.
I actually think that like television market's more accurate as far as size of city because there's all that. There's the weird moving target of like how big is like the actual geographic size of the city limits, which Boston is actually like city limits are small, but if you go to other cities in other parts of the country, they incorporate all the suburbs.
Well, that's why Jacksonville, like by land,
right?
I think it's
like,
the largest city in the country, maybe like in terms of like land of the city, and that's why Jacksonville
like
is where
Columbus is like the 12th biggest city in the country, something like that, like by population. But it's only because, like, so my friends who are from, like, the suburbs, like, they're from all these different suburbs of Columbus, but all their addresses are Columbus. It's like you don't actually live in, Columbus. So it'd be like if you consider, like, Newton, Boston. You know what I mean? Or even, like, Quincy, Boston, or Hingham, Boston.
Right,
you know?
right.
So.
And if they can watch you
give
on
everybody
television.
out there a geography lesson this morning.
There you have it. All right.
But I think like
San Francisco's
the
10th now.
TV market, like
I see that.
the TV market ranking, I think is like a good gauge of how big a city actually is.
Boy, San Francisco is really going in the toilet. That was number 4 the last time I looked.
What are they now?
10th.
10.
They're 10.
They were 5 back in the day. That's
How are
what
they
I remember.
10?
They were 4. They were ahead of
So they're
Dallas.
probably behind like what, like Dallas, so obviously New York, Chicago,
New York, Los Angeles, Chicago.
Right.
Are always the 1, 2, 3.
right? Then was Dallas?
Yeah. Dallas is 4.
Houston is probably in the top
6.
You're going to miss a big one.
Boston.
Boston's 9th, but you're going to miss a big one.
Okay, Philly.
Yeah, because no one thinks of Philadelphia.
Philly
Yeah.
is, yeah. Washington.
Yes, so you got them.
So
8.
8. Okay, so I'm at 8 right now.
And you got Boston, which is
There's
9.
one. There's one in
Yeah.
the there's one in the south. That's
Atlanta.
7.
Yeah,
there you
Atlanta.
go.
Yeah.
Atlanta was number 7 when I was
did
there.
it.
We did it. All right, so go ahead, Hardy. You had something for Berg.
How badly have Dallas screwed up this whole firing of Mike McCarthy and their subsequent search? And I'll give you a second to chew because it's just to bring everybody up to speed. McCarthy was kept around. It looked like they were actually going to keep him, and instead they waited a lot longer than anyone thought they would or should.
Contract lapsed.
Here's
the window.
the crazy thing. The crazy thing to me is if they had, I firmly believe that if Mike McCarthy had term left on his contract, he would still be the coach there.
Yeah, I remember you saying that a
firmly
few
believe
weeks ago.
that.
Yeah.
And so this is like an unforced error. This is something that this is a situation they've caused for themselves. It is, I think, plainly because of this push from NFL owners, which Jerry's a driving force in this, to not pay dead money on coaching contracts. And they've sort of shamed other owners, in doing it, which is basically what that means is like there are a lot of teams that are paying coaches that aren't working for them anymore. Like, like you're firing a guy with how much time left on his contract. Like Josh McDaniels has 3 years left on his Raiders contract. The Panthers are still paying 2 head coaches that haven't worked for them in over a year, and Matt Rule and Frank Reich, on top of Dave Canales, who's actually their head coach right now. So there's been like an internal push among NFL owners to stop giving coaches extensions way out ahead of time. And so, we've seen that have effects on teams in different ways. And in this case, it was Jerry saying, I'm not giving you an extension if I don't know if I'm going to keep you. Even though it used to be customary to say, okay, like even in a situation like that, you might give a Band-Aid extension. You know what I mean? Give him like a 1 or a 2 year extension. So he's not
even if you decide to cut bait with them, then or cut ties with them, it's not going to cost you a fortune.
He's not going into a contract year, so he can kind of maintain control of his team. And I think it's like if you thought he'd won 12 games 3 years in a row, so you could say he merited an extension to begin with. And then you've created this situation for yourself where it's awkward between you and the coach. So if he does a good job, you're going to be backed against a wall. And if he does if he does a good enough job to keep his job, then what do you do? And that's sort of where they got caught, because I don't think anybody would argue Mike McCarthy. I mean, I don't know how you guys felt about it. Do you think he did a bad job this year?
No.
Right?
I don't
based
think
on circumstances.
At all. Yeah.
Based on circumstances, I think he did a good job. So they get to the end of the year, and he there's like this 7-8 day period before his contract expires, and it's awkward. And I think Mike had, I think for, fair reasons, like felt like he was put in a really weird spot. And there was no real negotiation, and then 8 days later they release him and they let him go after having blocked him from talking to other teams during that 8 day period. So now you put yourself more than a week behind everybody else in the coaching cycle, and and it's just a mess, And so like you can see now where Jerry, and this is something I criticize Kraft for, and I'll criticize Jerry for it too. Leaning back on familiarity. And it's like some of these older owners, this happens. But if you look at the guys that they're looking at, Deion Sanders, Kellen Moore, Brian Schottenheimer, Jason Witten, like the names that you're hearing are guys that are all familiar to, have worked for Jerry Jones. And that just smacks of you weren't prepared for a search, and now you're not doing a real search. It's again, like, the Cowboys do, I would say, like, the Cowboys do actually do a lot of things right. Like, their front office, their scouting department's really, really solid. They've got good people there. I think the Jones family, in certain ways, does invest in the team. And they've, like, pretty consistently had one of the best rosters in football. They've made the playoffs under 3 different coaches, right? They made it on, or four different coaches in a row. They made it under Parcells. They made it under Phillips. They made it under Garrett. They've made it under McCarthy. So they've done a lot of things right, but they can't get out of their own way with certain things, and this is one of those things.
All right. So let's talk about McDaniels then, because the announcement made earlier this week, and
were there other teams looking at him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, I think I think there are some teams that, I actually think one thing that might have accelerated things a little bit might have been the Detroit situation, in that I think he would have at least maybe had a shot to get a look in Detroit to replace Ben Johnson.
It's the second time someone has mentioned that, and I just wonder what the appetite would have been for Lions fans to bring in another former Patriots coordinator to come in there and be a coach, because the Patricia thing went so poorly.
But I do think, like, to some degree, they've made so much progress there on the offensive side of the ball over the last 3 or 4 years. And, you want to reward, like, so there's this Tanner Engstrand who's who's on Ben's staff in Detroit, who I think's earned the opportunity. But then there's the question, like, when you've got this train that's moving so fast, like, do you want a first-time guy behind the wheel, or do you bring in a conductor who knows how to run it?
I could just see people balking at the notion that we're going to bring in another guy who made his bones in the Belichick mold.
But don't you think, like, to some degree, don't you think Dan Campbell's earned the benefit of the doubt on that? Like, based on who he hired, based on knowing when to pull the plug on Anthony Lynn, based on, like, trusting Ben Johnson in the first place. Like, don't you think he's earned the benefit of the doubt on that?
Oh, I think Dan Campbell would probably ultimately make the right hire. I think it would be received so poorly. It would be a tough sell. It'd be tough to get support for it. Forget from outside the building, even inside the building. So
with players, I could see that. There might be few enough of them still around. Like, how many guys are left?
Yeah. From the Patricia era, maybe
Decker, Ragnow.
Yeah, maybe not enough to make a big stink about it. But the fact is, he's here, and I asked the question a couple of days ago. I said, "Is it fair, or is it okay to question the hiring of Josh McDaniels here to run this offense based on his success or lack of success outside of New England?" Because for the most part, it was received pretty well, and people said, "Great, Josh McDaniels. He can run the offense.
No, I mean,
he knows Vrabel."
I'll tell you, like, I think it was the night that Mayo had the bad moment at the press conference. I think was it Arizona that he had I can't remember what it was that he said, but he had a bad moment in the press conference, and I was like, all right, like, it was something where it felt like he was throwing somebody under the bus, and that was the first night where I went on TV and I said, like, I think this is. I think this is the start of maybe the end for him. and I mentioned McDaniels that night. And so I think that link has been there. That link is there. It's obvious. And there's a ton of good. It's not perfect though. And I don't know what I don't understand is like there's no perfect hire. It feels to me like everybody around here is just like, oh, this is complete. It's not perfect. You know, they haven't worked together as coaches before.
Is it obvious, Bert, that he is a good, bona fide offensive coordinator and coach, or is it okay to question?
Okay,
because of his lack. Even as let me finish. Even as a head coach, he still oversees the offense. If they're defensive-minded head coaches, we give them credit for having a hand in the defense. You could say the same thing for Josh in the offense when he was head coach.
So I would not be worried about the quarterback. I think the quarterback position will be taken care of. I think he'll do a good job with the quarterback.
Fine.
I think he'll be able to construct a good running game. I think my biggest question, and I know Josh has worked on this, but I think this is a fair question to ask. Where is his track record of getting young skill players productive fast?
Especially wide receivers.
Yeah.
Jalen Polk, who is a missing man this last season, I don't know if he'll flourish.
Even running
Josh
backs,
McDaniels.
even like running backs took a while to develop here. If you look at the history with James White,
and I'll say it, and
Shane Vereen,
redshirt year,
and this is what Brian Hoyer called me out
point.
for the other day. He's going to join us next hour. I said in a very reductive line of thinking, but whatever. Ooh. Without Tom Brady to bail you out and make average receivers look better, how has he succeeded?
He's developed other quarterbacks. So he did develop Jimmy Garoppolo, Jacoby Brissett, Matt Castle. Look, what I'm saying is those are guys who were drafted outside the first round who lasted a long time in the NFL. And so, like, laugh if you want, but, like, that's a third-round pick who's still in the NFL. And so we're talking about, like, having a 10-year NFL career. Jimmy Garoppolo was a starter in a Super Bowl, second-round pick. Matt Castle was an established starting quarterback, won a division title somewhere else, right?
Seventh-round pick, never played in college.
So his track record with quarterbacks is awesome, right? I have no doubt that he'll be good for Drake May. My bigger question is, like, the other skill positions and, like, how fast can he get those guys up to speed? And, like, the reality is if you look at the Patriots' history and the history of that offense, almost all the receivers were either took forever to develop or came in from the outside, right? Danny Amendola was from the outside. Wes Welker was from the outside. Randy Moss was from the outside. Brandon Lloyd was from the outside. Troy Brown they inherited here and had been here, was a veteran player when he came in here. Obviously, Josh was a really young coach at that time. Julian Edelman, what? Was it like year 5 before he became like what he would become? So, like, that to me is the question. And I think so much of that has to do with, like, the point of entry, right? Like, is the offense too complicated, too hard? And it's one thing I know Josh has worked a lot on over the last year. He spent a considerable amount of time with college programs and college coaches. He spent time with NFL programs, NFL coaches. He really had a chance to work on that part of it. And I'll be really interested to see if now they're in a position that if they draft a receiver in the second round, is that guy going to be able to produce right away? Is he going to be able to get the offense and retrofitted to a point where it's not like, because that was the thing, and part of that was Brady too. Like, part of that was Brady having like a really high bar for what he wanted in his receivers. But I mean, it's not like when Josh went other places, like you had like these young receivers who are flourishing.
Has he succeeded without Belichick or Brady?
I mean, I would say, like, if you look at the Denver offense, like, he had a really good year out of Kyle Orton. That was a long time ago now. But he had a really good year out of Kyle Orton after the whole Cutler mess.
The year in St. Louis was not good.
Not good. And everybody got fired, and that wasn't a good team. I mean, I don't know. The Raiders. So I'd have to drill back. I'd have to go back and look a little deeper.
Well, Devontae Adams hates him. That I know.
Yeah, I think like that to me is the biggest question is when you're talking about developing young skill talent, right? And you're talking about like if you want to be aggressive with Drake May as your quarterback and go get skill talent and go get guys and bring them in here, are you going to be able to get the most out of them? If it's not a guy who has been in the league for 5 years and has like exceptionally high football IQ, because not everybody's
it's so
like
complicated.
that.
And forgive me if I don't get all hot and bothered by his ability to develop quarterbacks into the role of being career backups. That just doesn't excite me.
But I think like when you talk about like developing guys who, like again, like he got the most out of Kyle Orton, and you can again that's something you can look at sideways. But like Kyle Orton was a 4th-round pick, and Josh turned him into a really competent starter for the year that they were together there. So I would just say, like, again, like I'm not going to be one of these people that's going to sit here and tell you, oh yeah, home run 10 out of 10, because I don't think there was any higher that was that, you know. I think he's about as good as he's about as perfect a fit as it's going to get. But I got the questions about developing young skill position talent. And I like, quite frankly, like, I mean, we'll see where the personality fit is too. I know that there's some people that know both guys that like are wondering how that's going to work between Vrabel and McDaniels, because they haven't worked on that level before. They've worked as coach and player,
sure,
but and they weren't even directly like involved with each other that much then. You know what I mean? Like now they were friendly and everything else.
What are the chances that Vrabel will just say, you know what, Josh, you've got the offense, good, I don't want to think about it.
I think me personally, I think that rarely works.
All right, well,
Like,
let's get into it after the break. We have to break. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub.
this music is appropriate. John's talking about the days
You do
where he
weird
used to,
things when you get divorced, my friend.
he used to patrol Abe and Louie's looking for women.
I bet you pulled so much strange out of there.
I didn't have the right profession for women in there.
What were they looking for? Did you have to have adult clothes?
Yes, you had to have adult clothes, and you needed to be a doctor. A certain kind of doctor.
Well, I would have thought back at
What kind of doctor? Plastic surgeon?
No. You had to have a certain kind of religious affiliation.
Oh,
to be a
they were
doctor.
looking for Jewish doctors?
Yes,
Well,
most of them were at that point.
At the, they,
And
we're
Abe
talking,
and Louie's?
Oh yeah.
We're
That's a
talking
really
about-
specific.
That was
like,
downtown. There was a hangout, a specific place. That's like you cast your, if you're a woman, and when you were in there back then, you cast your pole out there and hoped that a Jewish doctor would roll through that you could hook your line
It's
in.
very offensive,
Wow.
John. And also,
Well, he's Jewish. I mean,
we're talking.
Yeah,
Well, it was.
it's okay 'cause he's-
Was. We're talking about the year
Was not anymore.
when John got divorced. So this was of an era.
How's that work? You like disavowed your religion?
There's a whole procedure with papers you have to sign. I don't know. It just didn't happen. Anyway, yes.
When John was divorced, the doctors were more like into leeching and bloodletting and stuff like that.
Yes,
so you know
that's right.
the women were looking for
It was
those.
just like that Steve Martin bit on the old Saturday Night Live. It's
Yeah.
exactly what
Plus,
it was.
the
yes.
circumcision was a brutal practice back then.
That's right.
Not done at the hospital.
Oh, it's barbaric.
It was with my son. We did it in her apartment. A bris is a really good idea.
Yeah.
It's a really good. Let's throw a party
And let's eat
6
right
days,
afterwards.
Yeah, 6 days after.
Bagels for everybody.
Let's mutilate the kids in the house on the kitchen table.
Yeah. Right.
Literally on the kitchen table.
Yeah.
All right, so just very quickly before we get to Burt Blast, the notion that Vrabel will be hands off in any way and let Josh kind of run the offense.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna.
I don't like. I just
It
don't.
It doesn't work, and it probably wouldn't happen.
I've heard that like whole idea that like, and I just feel like the one thing that like does concern me is like again, this is something I saw Jerry Jones do in Dallas is like, all right, like so I'm gonna like just hire 2 high-level coaches, one for each side of the ball. Like when I was there, that's what it was. Like was they actually hired Jason Garrett before they hired Wade Phillips, and they hired him without a title. Then they hired Wade Phillips. It's like, okay, well, Wade will run the defense, Jason will run the offense, and let's go. And I don't know how that's ever very successful because you know you can't have like almost like 2 operations that are sovereign to each other. I think it's part of the head coach's job to make sure everything ties together. And that's one thing I think Vrabel is really good at. So this idea that he's going to say, okay, like Josh, your head coach offense, I don't think is something Mike believes in. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if you heard that come out of his mouth.
This is one thing that was very
I just
clear.
don't. I don't believe that.
When he was introduced, one thing that was very clear is it was his team.
Yeah.
He's going to have his hands in everything. And I
Well,
would assume that would include the
I
coordinators.
mean, he coached offense last year, you know, so like he worked with the offensive line and the tight ends in Cleveland. And I think, you know, the guys in Tennessee would tell you he had a vision for an offense, you know, like that he had an idea of what he wanted his offense to be. Now, that doesn't mean that he's running every meeting or that he's calling plays, but I don't think he's not a coach who's going to sit there and be uninvolved on one side of the ball just because he played linebacker in the NFL 15 years ago.
All right, let's do Burt. If we're doing it, let's do it.
Burt Blast. Lives in Duxbury by the bay. Burt stops by Dunks on the way. We love Burt. He's a lot of fun because he already went for a run. It's time for Burt's Blast.
We bookend you with 2 annoying Nick songs. Maybe we're cool with one. Maybe just Bird's Blast. Not the beginning. Okay.
I like it.
Detroit Lions still going to be in good shape, but can they win and get to a higher level with Jared Goff at quarterback?
They can get to a Super Bowl with him, yes. Can they win it? I'm not sure. But yes. I can't stand the conversation on Jared Goff. What happened on Saturday night wasn't really his fault.
It wasn't?
I don't think so. I mean, the defense had so many injuries, and he's played well in the playoffs before, and you sort of put him in a position where he was forced to come from behind. I just think it was like the defensive injuries finally. It's hard to believe that Amik Robertson would be the one that broke the camel's back, but it was.
Yeah.
It's also hard to believe they put 12 men on the field on a
fourth down.
fourth down.
It was a very Jets-esque move.
Yeah.
All right. I have a bird's blast. It's real hard when I'm sure you guys didn't come up with it. You couldn't think of it. Who's going to play in the Super Bowl? I mean,
I picked Bills Eagles. I don't feel great about it.
Burt Blast.
Which I like those. Which team do you like
That's
least?
too much.
Philadelphia? Can the Commanders pull the rabbit out of the hat again?
I just think the Eagles are so much more talented, but if it comes down to quarterbacks in the last 5 minutes of the game, I trust Jaden Daniels more than I trust Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is very injured, by the way. He cannot run. That is. That
would be.
Is that not true, Bert?
There's also a blueprint drawn up to beat him right now, which is pin him in the pocket, make him beat you from there. If you guys look in the divisional round, in the wild card round, he had 39 yards passing with 5 minutes left in the third quarter.
He did not play
If the Commanders can find a way to slow down Saquon Barkley, the Eagles could be in trouble.
What's your pick again? I'm not holding you to it or anything, but you think it's going to be
Bills Eagles.
Okay.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Burt Blast.
Will the Eagles cover?
I don't know. What's the line?
It's like a lot. It's like 6.5 or 6 or something, I think, the last time I looked.
I mean, I think either the Eagles blow them out or the Commanders win a close game.
Yeah, six is the spread.
Wallach, we got time for one more.
Okay, Dallas Cowboys' next head coach is
Brian Schottenheimer.
The only thing we have to say is
Burt Blast.
Excellent. All right.
Thank you, Bert.
Thank you, guys.
Good to see you,
It's
Burt.
time for Bert's Blast.
All right, enough of that. Very good.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, give Nick a pat on the back when you leave.
All right.
love Nick.
I'm winding down for the week here. All right, let's get through the next bit and see what happens. All right, here we go. We'll be back. Thank you, Bert. MMQB and Amazon and everything else. We'll be right back.
Burt.
headlines.
The Lakers handed the Celtics their worst loss of the season last night, 117-96 on the West Coast. Kristaps Porzingis had 22 points for the Celtics, but they fell behind and stayed behind in this one. They are 2-1 on the road trip. They wrap up said trip tomorrow afternoon in Dallas. LeBron James and Jason Tatum both voted NBA All-Star starters last night. The rest of the East is Giannis Antetokounmpo, Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson, and Donovan Mitchell. The West also has Nikola Jokic, Kevin Durant, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Steph Curry. In hockey news, Bruins goaltender Jonas Korpisalo made 29 saves and shut out his former team last night as the Bruins beat Ottawa at TD Garden 2-0. David Pastrnak added a goal and an assist.
Yeah, I think you said it. I think we were focused. We were dialed in for the whole game and focused on the details, and I guess you could see it in the game.
The Bruins' next game is at home against Colorado tomorrow. In NFL news, Tampa offensive coordinator Liam Cohen pulled himself out of the running for the Jacksonville head coaching job and agreed to a contract extension with the Buccaneers. Then the Jaguars fired GM Trent Baalke yesterday. Cohen flew back to Jacksonville and overnight accepted the job. Former Jets head coach Robert Saleh has reportedly agreed to go back to San Francisco to be the 49ers defensive coordinator, and Dallas is rumored to be zeroing in on promoting offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer to head coach. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Grey Goose and Patron. Ski, sip, and score with Grey Goose and Patron. Visit 985thesportshub.com/ski, sip, score to discover winter cocktail recipes like the Grey Goose Espresso Martini and the Patron Cranberita, and enter to win the ultimate ski package. Must be 21 or older. Sip responsibly. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Some people play the game.
Blocked by Horford.
Some talk about
Let's
it.
welcome to the Sports Hub Celtics show, by the way. Jim Murray, Chris Gasper.
The Sports Hub Celtic Show with Murray and Gasper, Saturdays at noon on the Sports Hub. What's the best way to listen to Toucher and Hardy?
Well, you're going to have to spend $40.
Cough it up, and let's get back to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Brian Hoyer scheduled to join the show. He has a bone to pick with Hardy. He went after him on social media.
Vicious
attack. Even though I supported him even before he was on this team. It's not right. If you're wondering why Terrible Crap is playing in the background, it's because we did a bit making fun of the Grateful Dead. It's nothing new. I've been doing my whole career. But we played like a song by them, and I couldn't believe it was really a Grateful Dead song. So the music in this to me sounds like when the Brady Bunch would play like rock music, and they had to go to like not real music.
Yeah.
Like, Jimi Hendrix is around like the Kinks, the Who, and they're playing scoop boop boo. Like it sounded like garbage crap.
Zeppelin.
Yeah, right. It's just garbage crap that the network threw on because they didn't have the license for real music. So that began this contest, Hardy, and this contest is what?
This is called commercial stock or hippie rock. So as a means to further that point, Fred, we have selections from a commercial music library, and you and John will have to determine whether or not the song that we're listening to is something put together by two guys or even one guy, a synthesizer in a room somewhere for use in radio commercials, or something celebrated the world over for more than 50 years now by fans of the Grateful Dead.
More than 50, more than 60,
Yeah.
about 70 years.
Can you tell the difference between commercial stock music and Grateful Dead music?
Right. So radio stations get music for commercials. It's just stock. It's literally stock music. It's like, what's that crap? Muzak that they used to play at the grocery stores.
Yeah.
So it's like unlicensed songs. So all right. So is it the Grateful Dead who people pretend to listen to records to?
Yes.
And they're not just going to score acid and nitrous, but they're actually sitting at home or in their cars listening to this. Right. All right. All right. It sounds like Jesse and the Rippers from Full House.
You have to imagine a commercial playing over the top of it. If you're in need for a new transmission, windshield wipers, and more, come on down to Dick's House of Auto, where we've got everything you need. Here's Dick. Thanks for coming on down this weekend where you're going to get...
I'm trying to hear if this syncopation of two drums, the very necessary two drummers.
Oh, yeah, that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that is stock blues music.
Yeah, hippie. It's commercial stuff.
That is the Grateful Dead song called Alabama.
Such a bad band,
Montage
man.
music of guys, taking out the garbage or something.
No, it's like the Fall Guy, like it's like a stuntman, like in his Camaro, like driving home. That's what it sounds like.
God.
Crap.
All right, let's try another one.
Oh boy. By tonality, I'm guessing it's the Grateful Dead.
Yeah.
Because it's got that stupid hippie, like bluesy jazz fusion tone. So based on tone, I'm saying it's the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, I'm going with hippie nonsense for 400.
Oh my God.
That is commercial stock. That is a song titled In the Bay.
So what the Grateful Dead did is, as many bands of their era, they took the blues music of the Delta Blues and they said, let's just white this up as much as possible.
It's terrible.
Let's rip it off and just record these songs and elongate them and make them worse.
All right.
And then the audience went, I didn't like it when the black guys did it, but now that you're doing it, it's fantastic. Now that the white guys are doing it, it's like country rap. They're like, I hate when blacks do it, but the white guys I enjoy.
Sure. All right, there's commercial stock or hippie rock.
This has got to be the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, it's Grateful Dead.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, this is them ripping off Jamaican music.
Yes. This is a song called...
And then just decided to rip off their whole culture. But you have to admit, a lot of hyperbole. You're doing 20 hours of radio a week. But this is truly bad. Like, there's no way anyone likes it.
Well, people do like it, Fred. And
I don't think they do. I think that it's a pose, and I don't believe people like it.
people also like radio commercials. So you tell me, is this a song for use in a radio commercial? Is this commercial stock or hippie rock?
It's almost too soulful for the Grateful Dead. Like, the way the bass is almost like too, like, non-mashed potato. Like, the bass groove, I don't believe that's whoever their stupid Pigpen or whoever their dumb bassist is.
Yeah, I'm going.
I think that's too. I think that's too ethnic.
It's commercial.
I'm going to say that's commercial stock.
Wow. You guys failed on the first two, but you've gotten the last two correct. I'm very impressed.
That like I can hear the bass. Like if there's a bass groove that is somewhat like funky.
Yeah, that song is called Boogie Skates.
Yeah, if
from
it's
the
like
commercial
a
stock
little
library.
funky.
Yes.
A little funky. I know that it's not the Grateful Dead because they got to white it up nice.
How about this one?
This is like the Chris Elliott show when they like walk into a bar, like a bad blues bar.
But this is closer.
Let me hear it one more time.
Yeah.
It's so repetitive. I'm going to say that's the Grateful Dead. It's very repetitive.
I'm going to go off the beaten path. I think it's commercial stock, Fred.
John Wallach got it right. That is the song called Lights Down.
I should have known. It's too funky. I went with the repetitive nature of it.
Yeah. Well, when you're doing a commercial, sometimes you're doing them for, rehab centers. Sometimes you want to mellow things out a little bit.
And Lord knows how many people they put into rehab.
The Grateful Dead were not afraid of it.
I wonder how many girls went from good looking to like dirty, smelly girls.
Yeah.
They just ruined them.
With feet that can never be cleaned.
Exactly. Like you would go, I'm losing my voice, but you would go to, like the girls would go away to college for a year and you wouldn't see them and they would come back in the summer and they'd be ruined.
Yeah. Much different.
Yeah,
much different.
Patchouli.
Doused in patchouli oil, yes.
And just you're not interested in them. They're not interested in you. Like they just got put through a terrible car wash.
And they haven't showered in a few weeks.
So there are mellow versions of both commercial songs and Grateful Dead songs. Which one is this? Commercial stock or hippie rock?
Oh my God.
I got this one.
It sounds like there might be 2 drums.
It's so messy and so unorganized. That's the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, that's the Grateful
Hands
Dead.
down.
Yeah, that's the Grateful Dead.
That, my friends, is an easy blowing number called a slow
How
start.
many people have they put in mental institutions, too? Like, for real. I know a girl and a guy that had to be put not in rehab, in the nut house when they
In the
started.
Puzzle Factory?
In the Puzzle Factory.
So you
after
met
this.
them there.
Chuckle Hut?
No, I was never in the Puzzle Factory. I was in the rehab.
Oh.
I was in a Detox had Puzzle Factory people. We were separated by a door.
Okay.
But if we wanted to go outside, we had to walk through the Puzzle Factory.
Oh, okay.
Was it an actual door? Or did they just draw like a crude rectangle on a wall and say, "Don't go through that door"?
Yeah, it was a. We did it in our minds.
All right, Fred, you save your voice for at least 1.5 more segments here, and you just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Is this Grateful Dead? That means thumbs up.
Okay.
Or thumbs down means it's commercial stock music.
I'd say the Grateful Dead for sure.
I think,
but it's almost too bright. Like it's too well produced.
See, this is late Grateful Dead. This is 80s Grateful Dead. I'm thinking this is Grateful Dead, and it's like off that last album.
I'm really just, I have no idea.
Grateful Dead.
Song is called Fire Mountain. The lyrics are by Robert Hunter and the music by drummer Mickey Hart.
Oh. Remember we had that guy who had the Mickey Hart documentary about how he loves sports? It didn't make any sense the whole time.
Now, here's something interesting, Fred.
Why do we have him on? I like the guy too. Oh, it was Torrey Champagne. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
An earlier instrumental version of Fire on the Mountain titled Happiness is Drumming appeared on the 1976 Mickey Hart album Diga with the Diga Rhythm Band.
Do you think that actually got pressed and sent out, or do you think they just told him they were recording and they just had a guy in a room with a flashlight? It's on, Mickey. Like what a waste of vinyl.
Nailed it. First take.
Like, Mickey, we got to shot the native band for like the toss-off albums. Like it's the Paul Simon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Graceland.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right, let's do 2 more.
All right.
This Grateful Dead, commercial stock or hippie rock.
Ooh, it's a tough one.
I'm going to say the Grateful Dead.
Nope, I'm going to say commercial stock on this one. Too clean. Commercial stock.
I say the Grateful Dead.
Fred is right. Oh, man. Need a miracle?
The exercises work as a tale of woe. Jimmy, go ahead.
So back in high school, I dated a girl that in the state I was in, she won the Miss Teen beauty pageant for. She was this gorgeous, beautiful, beautiful girl. I fell out of touch with her and then reconnected on the internet years later and come to find out that she is now a girl that travels around with Fish and the Grateful Dead and Company, and she's got dreadlocks, and she's in a domestic partnership with some fat, gross hippie and sells gemstones and doesn't believe in vaccinations anymore.
Well, there you go. I mean, that is what you have going on. They can ruin a very pretty girl.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. And there is a place for fat gentlemen in that scene. And there's a new band called Goose that a lot of people I went to high school with are now fans of, and they wear silly hats.
Oh, is that a new jam band?
Yeah, they're called Goose, and they play like Red Rocks, and everyone wears fun hats to the shows.
You want to know why? Because they're silly geese.
And meanwhile, these are like the most MAGA guys in the world. This guy, Brian, that I went to high school with, is super into these jam bands, but he's like got 90 AR-15s. like, make up your mind. I swear to God, if you went to his Facebook page, it's like he's at a Goose show and then he's firing off like automatic weapons. He loves it. I don't know.
How about this one?
Can I go off the page for middle school band? Is it too poorly recorded to be stock?
Yeah,
it might be too poorly recorded.
That's what first thing I thought of the sound quality. That's dead.
Yeah, that's like if this was for a commercial, I'd be like, I'm not playing this crap.
Yeah, it's dead.
It's too bad for a commercial. Oh.
Well, we may have manipulated the sound a little bit in the back room to have it match the Grateful Dead sound. This is absolutely true. When we were putting this game together last night, I talked to 12, and then Ryan and I worked on it this morning and said, we have to take down the fidelity and just the overall quality of the commercial stock music because it sounds so much better than the Grateful Dead
Hardy
stuff.
was here in the control room, like with Ryan, going, "All right, let's take out the highs, take out the lows."
I'm glad that I noticed that.
Yes,
now I
you
feel
did.
like I'm not so
See?
lost.
Yeah.
I feel like I have. What effect is that?
That's just psychedelia, baby.
Let's put the echo on this up to 10 and let's tone out. Ugh. They stink and no one likes it. Like that girl that got ruined, she don't like the Grateful Dead's music.
No.
She likes the scene.
What does Fat Mike say, Fred? Never trust a hippie. They'll sell you bad drugs.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Listen, you sure don't know what I'm going for.
I'm not Alice. I'm Kay.
Exactly. That's Jill or Jan putting the on the record. That's Marcia just going, Kay.
Hey, come on, dance with us. Alice used to.
I'm not Alice, I'm Kay.
Come on, we're rocking out in here.
You can find it on YouTube. Brady Bunch K music. It's a big bummer because Alice leaves. She doesn't feel appreciated, so Kay comes in because they need a maid.
Did she not feel appreciated, or did she feel unwanted somehow, or unneeded?
Same thing.
Unneeded.
Underappreciated, unneeded. Yeah.
Oh, they needed her.
But they needed a lady to live there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
By the den.
It's just a room right off the kitchen.
Right off the den. Right by the stairs, I believe, is where Alice was supposed to be
Very strange
located.
layout, and I'm sure you noticed at some point, as we all did, the exterior of the Brady home does not match the interior layout.
No, and the interior layout's still available for shoots. There's still stuff being shot in the interior.
Interesting.
Nice.
I believe.
All right, well done, boys. You did very well in the game.
All right, Rocco doesn't think so, though. Let's just quickly go to Rocco to take someone from inside the scene.
Fred, so would you rather see the Descendants live or like a studio album?
I mean, the studio albums are better than the live albums. They have 2 live albums, but I like the studio albums better. To be honest with you.
Well, because I think the premise, like, if you're gonna sort of critique, the Dead or Fish or even Goose
Fish,
for that matter.
I don't know anything about Goose, to be fair. So Goose, I can't put a finger on. And Fish aren't as bad as the Grateful Dead.
You got to judge him on the live shows because the studio recordings lack
Oldest, laziest argument for this crap.
a whole measure of feeling and everything.
Right,
It
the
really,
feeling.
I'm
The
not
feeling is
world-
drugs. And girls being ruined. Admit that drugs are a big part of it.
That's the worst argument I've ever heard.
And it's fine though. And have you ever attended a Dead show or one of these shows without being under the influence?
I have.
Was it as fun?
And like, so I have, and I'm not the world's biggest Dead fan. However, seeing these shows live and that experience is, if you really want to critique them, then go ahead and do it at that. You know what I mean?
I thought it wouldn't be fair.
On the
because I
just pulling studio cuts doesn't.
Well,
doesn't
if we took stuff out, all right, Rocco, you're driving me crazy. If you took bootleg concerts, it wouldn't be fair.
It's the literal opposite. Like, okay, here's a record. Do you like this? No, I hate it. It's terrible. Oh, go see the band live. You'll like that.
Yeah.
No, that's the stupidest argument you can make. It's the literal opposite. Is if you would go and see a band live and go, oh, I like this. You would go, oh, well, now listen to the record. You're going to like that even more.
And if you think of some of the big live albums, they're not even live.
Right.
Like Kiss Alive's not a live album.
Mm-hmm. Get out of here with that. I hate that argument. I really I hate that argument. I don't like the band that you're playing for me. Oh, well, you just got to see them live. Well, yeah, that's going to be worse, though.
You got to just
not better.
Have endless nitrous balloons. That's what you need.
Good grief.
All right. Let's get Brian Hoyer done, and then I'm going to get out of here before I lose my voice.
I don't blame you.
All right. Let's do this. Brian Hoyer, very mean to Hardy online. We'll figure out why, and we'll get his point of view, just like we did with Rocco. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hub.
Hoyer, spot pass left, complete to Edelman. He breaks it across the 45, across midfield, turns it right across the 45 of Tennessee, and to the Tennessee Titans 44-yard line goes Julian Edelman on the pass reception. So Brian Hoyer is 1 for 1 as a quarterback in the National Football League in throwing the ball. A 17-yard completion for his first NFL completion on his first NFL pass.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Brian Hoyer, who at one point was making north of $5 million a year.
That's pretty good.
The man made a lot of money. He stuck around a long time. But you'll recall, John, there was a can-do kid out of Michigan State. And I, being a native Detroiter, keep my eye on Michigan State. And when I saw that there was an undrafted free agent in camp, John, named Brian Hoyer, what did I say?
You said this kid, Brian Hoyer, is going to make the team. And I and many like me said, Fred, you're not from here. You know nothing of Patriots. How can you possibly think that Brian Hoyer is going to make this team? And who did the backup quarterback wind up being?
Brian Hoyer.
Yep.
And I said it, and Chris Gasper mocked me, and you mocked me. Everyone mocked me.
I did.
And now the guy I supported and got mocked for is now mocking my show. It's what a twist of fate.
Yeah.
Brian Hoyer, hello, sir.
Hey, what's up, guys? Not mocking your show. Nothing personal. I mean,
I'm kidding.
I appreciate it. Go green.
Yes,
And,
absolutely.
as my career has started to come to an end, I've been, making a list of people to thank, and thank you for reminding me to write a letter to you along with all the coaches over the years. I appreciate that. We had a good chat during training camp, as I recall, and nothing personal about it. I just thought it was a bad take, not as bad as Felger. Thinking that Drake May should fly back for Vrabel's press conference. But
I don't even think he believed that, to be honest with you. I think the ball got rolling.
No.
I think the ball got
I'm on
rolling.
your side of the business now, too, so I understand how it goes. Sometimes you got to say some things you don't necessarily always believe. So
I'm not positive he believed that. But listen, so Brian, here's the deal, is that the station put up, we appreciate you tweeting out the station stuff. It's nice. I mean, I'm glad that you care. I don't, even if it's, you disagree, I like it. But this is not going to be a combative interview. But so you obviously know Josh McDaniels way, way, way more than we do. Why was Hardy wrong? Why is this signing such a home run?
Yeah, so first, I think, I want to make it clear, do I have a bias? Of course I have a bias, but I also have perspective. And as I pointed out to someone on X, and look, I was not a big social media guy as I was playing because I didn't really believe in it. But now that I've stepped into this world of the media, I like to have a little fun.
Right.
And it is fun. And so I'm glad that I'm still young enough to appreciate a good Ricky Bobby gif. I know you guys might think it's stupid, but I guess my perspective would be I didn't even play for Josh until halfway through my 9th year of my NFL year. So I've kind of seen it all, so to speak. And I thought it was kind of bad just to say, you point out where he's failed as a head coach, but then when you go to the success, it's because of Tom Brady. I know Tom Brady wouldn't say that the only reason they had success was because of him. One of the best privileges I ever got in my career was to sit there and watch those two guys compile a game plan and work together. And my experience with Josh and his system is that, first of all, I did a Tom Kern's podcast the other day, and he asked me what makes a good offensive coordinator. And number one, it's got to be your relationship with the quarterback. And no one spends more time or more effort with the quarterback of all the coordinators that I've ever worked with than Josh. He's there in lockstep every step of the way, and I said this on the podcast too. When they weren't together meeting at the facility, they were emailing, they were texting, they were doing all of those things. And so if you want to talk about his relationship with Tom Brady, and I know Tom even made comments when he was down at Tampa, he's like, man, I didn't even realize how much Josh did for us. So I have an appreciation for that. I also have the perspective, if I only played for Josh my entire career, I could understand people saying, no, you don't know what you're talking about. But I played in every system. And so I gained an appreciation for him. And so then I was able to live through the post-Brady era. I was there for the end of it. And then I was there, obviously, in 2020 when Cam came in a week before training camp and basically watched Josh establish an entire different package around Cam and his skill set. Now, we still did a lot of the same things that we had done always, but we installed an RPO scheme. We installed zone reads. We designed quarterback runs and let Cam be Cam. And if you remember that first Miami game, there was a lot of great runs by Cam, and it didn't end up working out. It was a lot of different factors. But then the next year we bring in Mac Jones as a rookie, and I sat there and witnessed, first of all, the amount of time that Josh put in with Mac. And Mac was his best attribute was his brain and his processing power. And I remember thinking, like, how is this guy –
getting all this stuff right. I mean, but it was the time that Josh had put in, and we saw the success. And honestly, I firmly believe had Josh not left to be the head coach of the Raiders and stuck around, I think there's a possibility that Bill Belichick is still the head coach and Mac Jones could still be the quarterback, because I think he would have progressed.
Interesting.
And I know we all saw, and I was there for the following year to see what took place after that. And I think everyone wants to say, oh, Mac Jones is a bad quarterback. We don't go from that as a rookie and then have the turmoil that's around you and drop off, and you're just not a bad quarterback. I know that he didn't have the greatest success down in Jacksonville either, but that wasn't a very stable situation. So I believe in Josh's system, and having been in a lot of them, and really of all the systems and all the coaches, I played the least amount for Josh. I played way more for Kyle Shanahan than I did for Josh. And when I played in this offense, I played for Bill O'Brien in Houston. That was the majority of the time I spent in this system. And it's just the system that I believe in the most. And so when I look at the Patriots situation with Drake May, I look at a guy who's going to be there and spend hours on hours upon developing the quarterback and his skill set. I look at adaptability and the offense that he's been able to basically take building blocks of a foundation of an offense and adapt it to the players that he has. Look at Kendrick Bourne in 2021, has a career year from someone that I had been with in San Francisco, and KB's a great player, but he came in and he basically, Josh was on him. He stood on, he basically knew what to use him for, and he had a tremendous year. Same with Hunter Henry. And then on top of that, I think innovation, and people will say, oh, I see these things like it's a draw, it's a screen. Those are about protecting the football. And I don't know if you saw the message that he put out last night. The offense has two jobs: one, protect the football, and two, score a lot of points. And I don't know if there's anybody better at doing that as a play caller than Josh. Sorry, I went on a long rant.
That's all right.
No, but you know him. Go ahead.
And, okay, and Brian, it's hard for me not to take it personally. The vicious online attack, the doxing, and the swatting of me and my family.
Is that doxing? I'm still learning all of these things.
Yeah.
I just saw it and I thought it was funny. But I'm glad that we're here talking it, not face to face, but over the phone.
So let me ask you this then, because and at no point did I say this is going to be a disaster. Which, believe me, you referenced the second year that Mac Jones had. And there were more than a few of us who said that their plan for the offense and how that was going to run was going to be a disaster. And it was one of the few times a lot of people were right on something. So I don't think it's disastrous, but I'll ask you this. In my whole point is is it okay to question? I will ask you this question. If Josh has this, this great relationship with not only the quarterback, but, the offense and this knowledge of it, why has he not been able to command more of an influence over the offense in teams where he's been the head coach?
Well, I would push back on that and say, look at 2022, his first year in Vegas, and Devontae Adams led the league in receiving touchdowns, his second highest career ever in yards, all while Josh Jacobs led the league in rushing. And I can't speak on Denver because I wasn't even, I wasn't there, but I was in Vegas last year. And I can promise you Josh's offensive system is not why it worked out. It was because players out there did not like being held accountable to the standard that Josh had become accustomed to. And so when you talk about Vrabel and he comes in and I see everything that Mike's talking about in his press conferences, Josh will be in lockstep with that because they have the same expectations and the same level of accountability, because that's what we're all used to. Go ask Jacoby Myers about his experience out in Las Vegas, because he became through all the turmoil last year with the different quarterbacks playing. Jacoby Myers became an elite receiver, and don't tell me that we wouldn't want him back here in New England, because that was a huge mistake not re-signing him as opposed to going out and signing Juju Smith-Schuster, because Jacoby understood the level of accountability and the level of expectation that was expected. And so the offense was not the reason that Josh did not have success out in Las Vegas. I can tell you that from firsthand experience.
Okay, let me ask you this. And did you experience it yourself, or do you think Josh might be able to still be in lockstep with Vrabel in this new role, but also play just a tiny bit of good cop to either the Belichick or Vrabel bad cop, and that way it kind of softens his approach, even if he's getting the same message across? Yeah,
100%. I mean, I saw it with Josh and Bill over the years, and to the level of, I think Bill basically said, Josh, you're in charge of the offense. I may have some suggestions. I may want a certain play called at a certain time, but like, you got it. And so I remember being on the headset and hearing, I'd be standing there and Bill would say, all right, let's just run it here. And so Josh would call it run play. And so I think the reason that I think it's a great pairing is because Josh understands the culture that Mike is going to build and wants to build. And I think he firmly believes in that culture. And so I think it's a great role for him, especially with Drake May where he's at. And I think this is the one thing that I would say, and I was going to ask you, if you didn't want Josh, like, in your opinion, who would you want? And I guess based on that answer, I'll respond with what my idea is.
Okay, well, I think we've been sitting here, batting around different offensive coordinators and where they've landed. And if it weren't Josh McDaniels, you would have to go either off the board with somebody who hasn't done it before, and that would be kind of part of the larger process of bringing in new blood, fresh ideas, things that haven't been here before, because what it seems like the Patriots are most comfortable with is having a relationship with a coach that they're bringing in, either in Vrabel or Josh McDaniels, and they have to be qualified for it. And I think Vrabel was the most qualified head coach candidate out there, so that was an easy choice. But if they weren't going to go with Josh McDaniels, did they do their due diligence in really going out there and trying to find the next big thing or the next thing that could get the franchise over the hump, because they've kind of stalled out here over the last couple of years?
Okay, but so who would that be, I guess, is my question. Because
not
are you
my
willing
job to find. I don't know. It's probably somebody I never heard of.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going to entrust Drake May's future and his career to someone who's never done the job before, how confident would you feel about getting someone who maybe is an up-and-comer as opposed to someone who's proven he's done it at a very different – going back to 2008 with Matt Castle, with Mac Jones, in other places his system is a proven commodity, as opposed to someone going and hiring someone because they come from a West Coast scheme, which is what I see a lot of people say, the West Coast. People don't even know what the West Coast means. And if you really want to look at Drake May, and I know everyone wants to compare him to Josh Allen, do we know what offense Josh Allen is basically running, what system he is running? It's the Patriots system, because Daboll took it there, and now it's expanded over the years because different people get to put their own spin on it. But as I watch the Buffalo Bills and I can hear the calls that Josh Allen's making, I know that's the scheme that they're running. And so to me, when I look at Drake May and his skill set and what his qualities are, he fits far more into that system than he does in the West Coast system. Because in the West Coast system, a lot of it requires you to be under center, not have to be very athletic, a lot like Jared Goff. And Jared Goff has had a great career, but I don't think you want Drake sitting back there and being limited to play action passes, being under center all the time. He clearly doesn't like being under center. That's why I thought Alex Van Pelt did a good job of recognizing that and putting him in the shotgun a lot. And so to me, especially with what Josh has done in this year off, visiting colleges, he has a great relationship with Daboll. And I think doing those things, I got to be the guinea pig a lot of those years in 2017, 2018, 2019, because if you recall, that was when Tom started to step away from coming into off season. And so I got to go out there, and we all knew what the fundamental building blocks and the base of our offense was, and we got to experiment. I remember when we brought Cordero Patterson in, the things we experimented with him in the offseason end up paying off in the regular season. And so I got to see the innovation and the trying of new things, because the one thing, if you talk to Josh, he'll say, you can't just do the same thing year in and year out. You got to add different things. You got to add different wrinkles, and you got to adapt to the players you have.
Does it take a special player, like a football IQ and intelligence, to play for Josh McDaniels? There is a belief that it's a very complicated system.
Especially for the receivers.
For the receivers.
It really, I mean, look, I don't want to knock my guy KB, but I played with him in San Francisco, and when we signed him, I knew he was talented. I was like, man, he's going to have to pick up the system, and he picked it up almost. I don't want to say immediately. There were some rough patches, but by the end of the year, KB was good. And so, if a guy like that can do it, and you put the time in, look, we're grown men. If you come here and you want to be a contributor to that team, then you put the time in. You sit there and study. Go listen to Julian's podcast he did with Rich Orenberger, and listen to what we did as rookies. We would be in the hotel room in the Residence Inn doing full-on walkthroughs, making sure I called the play the right way in the huddle. We'd break a fake huddle. We'd get to the line. I'd motion Julian. He'd run the route. I mean, you got to be willing to do that stuff if you want to be a contributor. And so I don't think it's that. Look, what was Bill's famous line when Tom hurt his thumb? Look, we're not talking about open heart surgery here. Like, there's ways to learn and do it. And I think if we all believe that Drake May, and having talked to some of the players that he's played with, talking to some of the coaches that coach him this year, if we believe that he's as smart and talented as we all think he is, not only is he going to learn it, but he's going to excel at it. The best way that I can put that system into layman's terms is, in the West Coast system, the quarterback is kind of a part of the machine. And if he's really good, then the machine's going to be a Ferrari. But if not, it's going to look like, a tractor. But in Josh's system, he empowers the quarterback to be the driver of that machine. And when you have a really good one, like Tom Brady, it's going to look great. And even when you don't have a Tom Brady and you have a competent quarterback, and look, I'll say this, having been in the media this year, we were so quick to blame coaches. And I can say, I'll take accountability right here. A lot of the times when I actually got the opportunity to play for Josh, I didn't always execute the way I should have. Now, I did good enough to come in and beat the Patriots 2 years ago when Jimmy G went down and hit the right plays. Mm-hmm. But it's not always – I think this is how the league is driven. It's like, well, we're going to blame the quarterback. We're going to blame the head coach. We're going to blame the coordinators. And, look, if you get to that position, it's the responsibility you have. So I would say that in that system – and this is why, with all of the knowledge that I've had playing in all these systems, if you asked me to go back to day one and said, what offense would you want to play in, as much as the work that goes into having to figure it out would take, I would always pick the system, because I've kind of likened it to seeing behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz. It gives you the ability to think out there and be the person who's going to make the right calls, who's going to change the plays. Whereas you're in some of these other systems, it's like, just run the play, and hopefully I called the right play at the right time.
All right. So, Brian Hoyer, are you on a text chain with like a bunch of old ex-players?
Some of them, yeah.
What'd you guys say when that ring camera of Bill came out without the shirt on?
Trust me, that one went around quick.
Oh my God, that had to be heaven for you guys. What?
Yeah.
That is so fantastic.
Well, it's even better now, because after all these years of telling us not to go on MySpace or Facebook. I mean, he's everywhere. Actually, I just saw he was at my son's school yesterday recruiting at Zavarian Brothers. So,
that's right.
He's really? Everywhere.
Yeah, he was local. Yeah, he was in Westwood yesterday.
Oh, well, look at that. All right.
How cool is that?
Brian Hoyer, how do people find you? What you say you're in the media? What's going on? You tell us.
Yeah. So I experimented a little bit this year. I have a podcast with David Andrews called The Quick Snap, which I think a lot of people enjoy. It's at the beginning of it, it was a current player and a former player talking. Obviously, David got hurt, and we've continued to do it. And we're even doing it now, kind of covering the playoffs, obviously covering the coaching change. And then I did a show this past year on NBC Sports Boston, mainly breaking down the Patriots offense and the quarterback. I do Sirius XM radio on Thursdays with Solomon Wilcots, the opening drive. And we'll see. I mean, I've had a lot of fun doing it. I try to be analytical instead of being critical, because – look, I've been the player before, and you don't want someone criticizing you. You'd rather have them analyze you. I think that's the truest thing to do, and I try to do the best. And so, like I said, hey, look, we had a lot of good fun in training camp. Called in, no hard feelings. I just thought you can't criticize Josh for where he came short, and then when you go to his success, you say, well, it was Tom Brady, or in 2021 we played bad defenses. I mean, those are the guys on the schedule. And that's what the result was. So I think it's a great hire. I know people maybe get tired of seeing some guys come back, but you got to remember the NFL is about relationships. And when you're going into an endeavor, you want to go with someone who sees things the same way that you do and has the same vision. And I firmly believe that Josh and Mike do see those things the same way. And I think if you're Drake May, you should be ecstatic. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for him, and it will really allow him to flourish with his skill set.
All right. Well, Brian, thank you so much. No one took offense. It was funny. So we appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Yeah,
thank
whenever
you.
You want me back on, you got a question, you let me know.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, you certainly know more than we do about it. So thank you. Brian Hoyer, everyone. The great Brian Hoyer, who I had triumphed for so many years. Yes, John, we have to break.
No, go. I was just saying, farewell. Enjoy your weekend.
No, I'm going to stay.
Oh.
I'll stay for at least the first Kendra break.
Okay, good.
And then we'll see.
All right.
Because I didn't have to really talk. So I saved my voice a little bit.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Brian Hoyer.
Absolutely. All right, here are the headlines.
email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
We're doing the email bit.
Yeah, we didn't know you were going to stay, so we had moved the email bit to here. So,
And it was impossible to remove, apparently.
Listen, I wasn't told there would be a change back, so I rolled with what we planned.
We got a lot of nice emails already about Brian Hoyer.
I would figure if you're a Patriots fan, you have to like that what he said a lot because he's so adamantly positive about the man. And if I'm a fan of the team, I mean, I like to hear that, you know. So let him go. I mean, he really likes him, obviously. But everyone's at Zavarian scouting kids. Zavarian. That's what I said. Zavarian scouting kids. It's a big thing. Mark says, "Good morning, Fred. Happy Lollipop Friday." I don't know what that means, but do you think Pearl Jam is the modern day Grateful Dead? No. Fish and Goose are the modern day Grateful Dead. Whatever this Goose thing is. Okay. Pearl Jam have a quasi Grateful Dead following, but I think their music is A, too good, and B, too varied to be considered anything like jam bandish.
Yeah, but their insistence on the bootlegs, and their
fan base is very affluent and white. Like it's very similar to the Grateful Dead.
Yes, that's right.
Well, Felger.
Well, this is what he says. He goes, "Are modern day hippies worse than the dead hippies, e.g. Felger?" I think it's far more damaging now. And also, there's no identity to it. Again, the reason I know the band Goose is this kid I was friends with in high school. Brian, I have no contact with him anymore. But his Facebook account is jam band nonsense and then, like, assault rifle stuff. Mm-hmm. Like, he loves assault rifles and he loves jam bands. You would think that the jam band fans would be these ultra hippie, left wing, Green Party people, but he's like a staunch MAGA guy. So it just seems to me like it's devolved into like this meaningless consumerism.
Yeah,
weird. Yeah.
By the way, I feel like calling an audible right now. I know you said you were going to stick around for the first Kendra segment.
Yeah.
Your voice is terrible. You should leave.
Okay, I will leave.
You should leave after this.
I will leave after this.
Wallach was all hot and bothered to do the email bit. Did you have some great email over there that you wanted?
There are a lot of emails about Mark Bertrand's performance as a play-by-play man in the first hour. We were talking about Liam Cohen. There's a lot of
Cohen looking to pass. He's going to take it himself. He's at midfield. He's going to avoid a tackle and get all the way down to the 40-yard line. Liam Cohen looking more like Ricky Santos on second down and 11. He picks up the first down.
About a lot of emails saying how good he is. This guy says, dude, he sounds like Peter Griffin from Family Guy.
Oh, Bertrand's great.
Yes.
He's really good.
I thought that was really good.
Yeah, he sounds like a professional broadcaster.
Cohen under center. He'll take the snap, fakes the handoff. Baylor looking downfield, looking to pass, throws out towards the sideline. Is it caught? Yes! J.J. Moore catches it down at the 7. Wow!
Good stuff. He called basketball,
good.
too. Yeah, he did a nice job on both.
James says he exactly 15 minutes into hour one of the podcast, someone farted.
Oh.
Okay.
It was not I.
Not me.
Not me.
Nope.
Yeah, so I'm calling into question any of that. Adam was on the microphone, and you know him.
Oh, very gassy with his the healthy foods.
Yeah, whatever they're serving up at the soup kitchen.
Adam 12 did also tell me recently one of his kids has been into Taco Bell, like craving Taco Bell lately.
Yeah.
So 12, what did you find on the menu?
So they got the decades menu now. So you can get the tostada from the 70s, you can get the Mexi Melt from the 80s, and you can get the Gordita Supreme from the 90s. And that was my lunch yesterday. One of each.
So there's a video on the @Toucher and Hardy and @Fred Toucher and @Hardy 98.5 Instagram pages of us making fun of Adam, which starts with making fun of him for carrying a pocket knife.
Yes.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's a big part of people's identity.
Yes. There is still this.
You're either with us or against
us. Made the video on Tuesday, and there's still people talking about it on
#
Facebook.
pocket life.
It's like, seriously, like, what a hill to die on. That's your identity. I'm a pocket knife guy.
Pocket knife life.
Yeah.
And he's because it's like these morons, and Hardy's super handy, so that's got to be a very.
I think Hardy was playing to the bit a little bit. I think Hardy has some sort of blade on his person or on his keychain. There's something, whether it's just like a little mini blade or box cutter or something.
You got a blade?
Like I can't envision a guy like Hardy not having some sort of utility blade.
We're really moving the goalposts. I mean, you have a big-ass Swiss Army knife in your pocket at all times.
Well, no, this is a Boker. The Swiss Army knife is for the summertime only.
Of course.
Yes.
Right. That's next to his Zippo lighter in the other pocket.
A fob, a key, and I have
the flashlight. That's like
a mini,
way
a
too
mini
bright
O-light
because
that-
you need it to be that bright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to shine that right in my
Literally,
eyes.
that's
Thank you.
just
I
uncomfortable to
appreciate
see.
it.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to leave. And
Enjoy your weekend. Rest your
Kendra will
throat.
fill in for me.
Yes.
And that'll do it.
She's going to
for me.
stay for the entire final hour.
Wow.
I mean,
call in the audible.
She'll have to be paid accordingly, but
She's going to stay for her normal amount of time.
All right.
2 seconds.
All right.
Feel better, buddy.
All right. Take it easy. Bye.
You're listening.
Make sure you follow us there on the YouTube. You can subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub and Toucher and Hardy, and you can watch as well as listen. And now you can watch Kendra Middleton. Was brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. Good morning, Kendra.
Good morning, boys. How are we?
I'm doing all right. You know, how are you doing with the turmoil there in Jacksonville?
Got your Jaguars hoodie on. You ready to go?
Oh, I'm so back. I was so out. I was so down in the dumps. I'm so back, though. Every time they do something stupid, they just reel me back in somehow. So here we are.
You do have
I'm an abusive relationship.
You do have a network of Jaguars fans.
Yes.
But we were talking earlier, not tongue-in-cheek, not to make sport of you or anyone else.
You can.
I don't know of another Jaguars fan.
I don't either.
I mean, I know fans of every team in the league, either that I'm friends with or friendly with, you know, just from being an old, you know, you meet a bunch of people. I think you're the only Jacksonville fan I know.
That's probably fair, but you also have to recognize that you live in an area where everyone's going to be a Patriots fan because of the long-term.
I've lived all over,
He's lived
though.
everywhere. I've traveled. You meet people from other cities.
I know
we aren't locked into Massachusetts. We've all been other places.
See, I know Jags fans that live here. I mean, it's probably
then
just
they're
because
in hiding because I've never run across one other than you.
It's weird because I met every single Jags fan I know that lives here. I've met in my old neighborhood, and now we're all friends. But yeah, there's probably obviously not a ton of us in comparison to Patriots fans, Dallas fans, Eagles fans, Chiefs fans, all of that stuff. But we exist. I actually saved a meme that was an old meme yesterday that I ran into again about how Jaguars fans have nothing to lose. So don't mess with the few of us that there are because we'll drag you across the internet. Do you guys know who Annie Agar is?
Nope.
Oh, well, she's this like sports content creator that's like pretty relatively huge, and they had her canceled a couple years ago. Like, Jags fans are mean.
Annie Agar is a woman you see a lot of videos with her dressed up in different uniforms, pretending to be from different teams.
Yeah. But Jags fans are really like known for being super mean.
Okay, so let's
wait. They did what to Annie Agar?
She had some old tweets that they found.
Not you.
Not me. Her.
No.
That.
No, what I'm saying is you didn't find them. And
Oh, no,
cancel
it wasn't
them.
me.
I see.
But Jags fans will do that. Like, anytime anybody does something stupid and they get canceled for messing with a Jags fan, like, they're notorious. There are a few of us, but we have nothing to lose, so we're mean.
It's weird because she has 432,000 Instagram followers, but she hasn't posted anything in over a year.
That would have probably been around the time she might have been quote unquote canceled. I don't know if people believe in cancel culture or whatever, but she posts a lot on Twitter and TikTok now.
Oh. All right. Well, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
TikTok and the.
I
Twitter.
deleted the TikTok app.
The Twitter, I find myself going to less and less.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of noise on there. There's a lot of stuff that I don't follow that is being and the threads get hijacked by spam.
I'm on Blue Sky.
All this stuff. Well,
that's another app. I get it. Yeah. I gave up TikTok and I'm moving my TikTok time to Blue Sky.
Interesting.
All right.
Yeah.
So the Patriots tried to do that. They tried to get themselves on Blue Sky.
And we're told not to because
you can't do that.
It's not an approved website, an approved social media site of the National Football League.
Yeah. Wait, we can do whatever we want. What are you talking about? I own this team. We have this team. We're going to make a social media account. No, you can't do that. Not on Blue Sky. Why not? It's not approved.
I said so.
There are NFL reporters like Mina Kimes that are on Blue Sky that have hundreds of thousands of followers.
Rap Sheet's on there. Shefty's on there. Mina's on there. Everybody's on Blue Sky now. So I guess if you're talking heads are on there, why can't your teams be?
No, the Patriots were, but now they are not.
Okay, so obviously your team is in focus this morning. You had a guy who didn't want the job. And the owner decides, well, we need this nameless coordinator so bad as our head coach. We're going to fire our GM and allow him to pick out our next GM. Really?
Yeah. So
does that qualify as stupid?
I mean, no, because I think Tony Boselli is on the team, quote unquote, of helping Shad Khan decide these next steps that they're going to take. So I don't love that just because Boselli was all over Trent Baalke prior, but in the end of season interview after they fired Doug Peterson, one of the reporters in Jacksonville asked Shad Khan if the next head coach that they chose didn't want to work with Trent Baalke if Baalke would be out. And Shad said yes. And once Ben Johnson was gone because of Trent Baalke, I think that was an obvious answer. And then when Liam Cohn decided to go back to Tampa as their offensive coordinator and sign a new deal, he never signed the deal, obviously, but that was the thing that he wasn't willing to work with was Trent Baalke, so Shad held up his end of the deal.
But he didn't just talk to Liam Cohen. There were like 3 or 4 guys that went down there and told him no, and he kept Baalke on the job for 3 weeks and then fired him.
He's the worst owner in the league.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at.
Oh, I've been very open about that for years now.
Okay.
Fraud con, yes.
Okay.
So for him also in this particular move, he's already like made a fool of himself in front of the people that he's interviewed and the people that he has hired and fired, but as if he had not already run afoul of the other owners in the league. Doing something like this puts you on the S list for everybody. It's like, hey, if you're gonna grab somebody who we have an agreement with and swipe them out from under us, look, I know the Patriots did it too.
I was gonna say it's a Bill Belichick.
The Patriots did it with Josh McDaniels. They had the podium set up. They were doing the mic check for Josh McDaniels in Indianapolis when they said, no, don't do it. Come back. But this doesn't sit well with other owners, and that's a tough group to be in good with. Or if you're on the outs, it's tough to get your way back in.
Definitely, 100%. He's a terrible owner. I don't think that is any secret amongst, Jags fans, not Jags fans, anything like that. I tweet his kid that he needs to sell the team at least once a week. So I don't know. It is what it is. I'm hopeful. I'm probably not going to spend a dime on the team this year, but
whoa.
Yeah, I'm
not going to games. You're not doing any of that.
No,
you
I don't
travel to go to Jaguars games, including that near miss in Indianapolis.
Yeah, would you consider that spending money on the team if you go to see them in another city?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not going to
or
do
not
that
see
either.
them in another city.
I don't think I'm going to go unless it's like a brand partnership or something like that. Like I'm not going to spend my own dime to watch this team play until.
Oh, so you can if someone offers you free product and $100.
Everybody
per diem,
has a price, Hardy.
Okay, mine's very low, by the way. I just want it out there. Very, very cheap.
Everybody has a price.
Yeah.
Loyal fan though. Loyal fan.
All right. So what do you make of the hire?
I don't hate it. I think it was probably the best of the options still available. My next best guess probably would have been Cliff Kingsbury. I know people probably don't love that. Obviously, he didn't have a great run of things as a head coach in Arizona, but I think that he is one of the huge factors in what's going on with Jane Daniels and the Commanders. So I probably wouldn't have hated that had that been the situation. Now, obviously, the question moves on to GM. I have been very open for the last few years that I think Louis Riddick is the most slept on option for a GM, and I would love for him to be the GM in Jacksonville. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Other than them really messing this up, I'm happy. I'm back, I guess.
But you're still not going to spend money on the team.
No, I'm not. Why would I?
Well, I'm just saying you're happy you're back. Every time they do something stupid, they reel you back in, and then you also tell us that you're not going to any games. As long as I've known you, you've been to multiple Jaguars games that aren't in Foxborough every year. And so you're telling me you're back, but at the same time, you're telling me you're not going to go watch the team play?
It's the same thing that happened when they hired Urban Meyer. I was very vocal about that, and I didn't go to any games that season. I didn't travel. Like, I still love the team. I still love the friendships that I've made and stuff like that, but I'm not going to spend my own money to watch a team that I am not aligned with, for lack of a better term.
All right. Before we get into this weekend's conference championships, how did you do last weekend on the games? I forget what you were hot on. And
so I actually have all of my picks from last week right here. I hit the Chiefs, didn't hit the Lions, didn't hit Isaiah Pacheco. I did hit Terry McLaurin. I did hit.
Did you have Puka Nacua anytime?
I did, and then I didn't hit that, and then I also had,
you and the rest of the world.
Yeah,
seriously.
And then I had Jalen for an anytime, which hit, and I had his over, which hit, and then I can't remember. I think Lamar's over hit as well. So I think I had hit about 500.
All right. I mean, there was plenty to go around last weekend, but this leaving the Lions out of it for a second, because we were talking about this as the clock was ticking down in Detroit. And we saw the Commanders were on their way to the NFC Championship. What was the future on them at the start of the season for either conference champions or even Super Bowl champions.
I want to say the Super Bowl odds were 4 or 5 to 1. I don't know what their conference championship odds were, but I was one of those people who was holding a ticket and lost.
Wait. At the beginning of the season, for the Commanders to win.
Oh, the Commanders. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking the Lions.
No.
The Commanders, I don't know. We talked about their conference odds last week. They were, 16 to 1 last week or something like that? Wow. Ridiculous.
I mean, with the week away, it had to have been, I don't know, not the longest shot on the board, but the Commanders had to be like crazy money at the start of the season.
Well, because remember we talked about your friend who wanted to get in on the Commanders to make it to the Super Bowl, and I said if you really feel good about them winning this weekend, tell him to place that bet and pull a U and then sell it.
Cash it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be cashing everything right now. I don't know what to make of it. We're going to get to this weekend's games. I know you have specific thoughts on them, but watching the way that the Lions kind of fell apart, and betting wise, going back a couple of years, they were one of the better bets against the spread in the league. I think that's turned a little bit, and they've become not as safe a bet anymore because, well, the lines move. The lines move and people start to bet on them as opposed to against them.
Yep.
And that makes the line move. Where are they right now in terms of betting for next year? And do you have any thoughts on that? Because I certainly do.
I did not look into this before today because I didn't know this was something that we were going to be talking about. But
it's a betting thing.
Yeah,
Kendra.
I was going to say if you're looking into betting for or against the Lions for next year, I would bet against the Lions and with the Commanders. I think Cliff Kingsbury is going to wind up staying in that slot.
I just don't think that the Lions have, the quarterback that's going to get them over the hump, and as good as he's been.
But they're losing both of their coordinators.
And well, of course.
And a bunch of assistants beyond that.
If you were to replace, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn with clones, and the system were able to stay in place, and they were able to have another good draft and everything about them, and on paper they should be better going into next season than they were this past season. I'm still not going to bet him again because I don't know that Goff can get you over the hump.
And it's interesting, Hardy. And I asked Hardy earlier this week, what's the biggest detriment to Detroit being good? Because they're going to lose 5, 6, 7 assistant coaches off this staff. And oddly enough, I think that Dan Campbell's going to have to raid Tampa Bay of everyone who wasn't Liam Cohen to help fill that staff out. But which is the biggest detriment? The fact that you have to replace a bunch of your coaches or Jared Goff? He said Goff without batting an eye. So
that's the thing.
He's been very consistent about this.
Yeah, like Hardy, who would you want him replaced with? Because I don't think that there is a better option.
He's going to say Hendon Hooker.
The only person you can say is really Sam Darnold, but I don't think Sam Darnold's better than Jared Goff.
No. And that's the problem they find themselves in. The team is too good right now to do a massive change at quarterback with someone that you're not convinced is going to win you. And I'm pretty much convinced that lock him in right now for a minimum 10 regular season wins next year. They can do that with the talent they have. Can they go next level?
No.
So they're stuck.
And it's not a quarterback class, so you're not going to find that Jaden Daniels option to kind of
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because we had Phil Perry sitting in that seat yesterday, and he put up a mock draft at NBC Sports Boston, and at the end of the first round, he has the Detroit Lions selecting Jalen Milroe. So,
yikes.
I'm really sorry that some of you were in your cars and not watching on YouTube missed the face that Kendra just gave us after I said that.
I don't know because I watched obviously his bowl game and I think that hurt his draft stock a lot. I just don't think he's an NFL quarterback. I don't think a lot of these Alabama
Phil
guys
Perry
over the
disagrees.
years. I don't blame him. I get it. Alabama talent has worked out really well in the NFL, but Alabama quarterbacks seem to fall short, other than maybe Tua and Bart Starr.
Okay, so that's going back. Hardy, would you endorse not necessarily Milroe, but would you endorse Detroit taking a quarterback this spring in the draft?
Sure,
they have to.
High, like first, second round.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're good enough in the draft to where they can still find a couple of pieces in the second, third, and even fourth rounds.
That must be nice.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know anything about that.
They can draft,
I don't know anything about that.
They can't have the best regular season ever and win a divisional round playoff game, but they can draft. Yep. They can do that.
They can, for sure.
All right, Kendra, we're going to find out what you like this weekend in the two matchups on Sunday. We'll do that with Kendra Middleton next here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Playoffs? We talking about playoffs? You bet we are. And get it on an
Toucher or is that Hardy?
Kinda looks like a poodle. It's an effing poodle, dumbass.
The Sports Hub.
Around the NFL with Toucher and Hardy.
They are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
All right, Kendra Middleton is here with us on Toucher and Hardy, and hour 4 Fredless excuse me, Friday. Maybe I'm next.
You too?
It's catching.
No, not me. Fred was losing his voice. He came in sick this morning, but he stayed for 3 hours, and we made him leave.
So then it's not a Fredless Friday.
It's an
People
hour
are going to
4.
start thinking he's not coming in on Fridays. That's not good for the show.
That would be
Hardy.
funny.
It is great for the show. Don't you worry about that. The show will be just fine.
I'm really low riding in this chair today if you're on YouTube.
Did somebody take one of the higher chairs out of here earlier?
You want me to bring you a?
No. Thank you.
To sit on?
I can't even see over this computer.
But please,
You're short to start with, but
if you could please answer my question, did someone take one of the higher chairs out of the studio?
Not I.
Not me.
Somebody must have, because I know I swapped one out this morning.
Yep.
So there's at least one high chair available.
Huh.
Somebody took it.
High chair. That's what I need
okay.
because I'm a child.
You look
Yeah,
you look
'cause-
relaxed.
I am relaxed.
There you go.
You are
Thank
you are immature, but I wouldn't call you infantile.
Wow, Hardy, that was the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
You're welcome.
I feel like he's watching me grow up in real time on this show.
Well, hey,
Let me put on my reading glasses here and look at my notes so we can.
we
talk
really
about
can't be
these
throwing
lines.
stones from our position.
Yeah.
I'm old. All right, let's start with the Commanders Eagles. 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Philadelphia is a 6.5-point home favorite. What do you have on the game?
I have the under in this game. It's still, I get that it's a playoff game. It is still divisional. This is I believe, 5th road game for Washington. So I think that's going to come into play a little bit here. Obviously, Jalen Hurts is injured. It's just the point in the year where everyone's injured. This total feels a little bit high at 47.5 for me. So I am going to hit the under. That is my big play on the total. As far as player props go, I'm going to have Jalen Carter to have a sack in this game. I think that the price is right. He had a great game last week, and Washington's right guard is out for the year with a torn ACL, so I think that gives Jalen Carter even more opportunities to get after Jaden.
I wanted to ask you about Jalen Hurts, who has been rumored to be hurt and not really able to run. I don't know what the over-under is on rushing yards in this game, but bet the under, correct?
Yeah, 1,000%. Jalen's under. Yeah, and I wasn't going to give this out, but I personally have his under on passing yards. I think I got it at maybe 175 was the price that I liked as far as that.
Where is it now?
So I give out DraftKings odds just because I'm a DraftKings girly. They don't have a total set for him. It's kind of one of those things where you can pick where you like it.
Oh, okay.
So that I went with under 175. I liked the price at it. You can shop around, do whatever you want with that.
179.5 on just the Jalen Hurts passing yards. The rushing prop on Jalen Hurts, 31.5.
Oh, that is low.
That is low.
Are you still going under on that?
Yeah, just because I think that they're probably going to wind up using Saquon, because what happened in the last game for them was that even though Washington was up pretty much most of the game, they still, the running game was still an option for the Lions the entire time. So I think that's probably going to be their bread and butter. That's been their bread and butter all year. So they're probably going to run Saquon into the ground, especially given the opportunity that they should make it to the Super Bowl over a rookie quarterback, while I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist all the time that I'm sure the NFL would love to get Taylor Swift in the box against a Washington Commanders rookie quarterback. That seems like, the league loves the Chiefs. We know that.
The Saquon over under 131.5.
Over.
Crazy.
Over.
I know, but you understand that's an enormous number to have to cover.
Yeah.
In a game like this, regardless.
But like I said, the Lions still ran the ball against them last week.
Yeah.
So I think
you're right.
that's got to be their bread and butter, especially because, Jalen's not having his best season. He's injured. I think that's where it's at. Also in this game, I'm going to go with Terry McLaurin for an anytime touchdown. He has been the most consistent for me all year. I'm going to keep going back to that well. I'm one of those people that anytime it hits for me, I'm going to keep going. And it's the postseason. It's crunch time. It's one of those situations where your best receivers have to continue to be your best receivers, and you have to rely on your best guys. So the fact that he's a plus money price and is very clearly their number one option, love it.
Where are you putting your money there, Hardbark?
I'm going with the sure thing. I'm going to bet 240 to win 100. Saquon Barkley, anytime touchdown scorer.
I don't hate it.
Minus 240. I just want to make a few bucks.
Okay.
Minus 240 on scoring a touchdown in a conference championship game. They're pretty confident Saquon's going to find the end zone.
They should be.
Jaden Daniels plus 200 for a touchdown score. I don't hate that one.
I don't either, but with his right guard being out, I think that he's probably going to be under a little bit of pressure. I think his interception price, when I looked at it, was minus 115. I had him for a pick earlier in the playoffs, and it didn't hit, so he might be due, especially because I think the only time a rookie hasn't thrown an interception in a conference game was Brock Purdy a couple years ago, and it's because he got injured in that game and went out.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, what you say about Taylor Swift and the Kansas City Chiefs in terms of what the league and what the networks want, taking on Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. The reason why I don't want the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, number one, is because I've seen this movie.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with them, doing the three-peat or anything about Patrick Mahomes versus Tom Brady. Who cares? But I've seen it. I don't need to see that again. What I really don't need to see is Kansas City and Philadelphia. I mean, is anybody longing for that matchup outside of Kansas City and Philadelphia?
I would love Buffalo to get there simply because they've never won it before. I would love for Buffalo to win this game, but I'm never betting against. Never betting against.
The Commanders' angle is a fascinating one. There's no way you thought they were going to be at this point, and to think that they could make it to the Super Bowl. And if Jaden Daniels continues to impress in this game on Sunday, that's can't miss TV.
His Rookie of the Year ticket that I'm holding is
quite
nice. My question for you guys would be, I feel like the networks, speaking of that, probably assume that they would have a higher watch rate if it's Chiefs-Eagles. But as a consumer, I'm cheering for the Bills and the Commanders like none other. Like, do you guys think that more people would be willing to watch a Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl? Or
I think the actual rating and the actual numbers are pretty negligible.
You need Mahomes to get the casual fan. Yes, you do.
You need the Chiefs to get the casual fan.
Yes, you need the Chiefs there to get the casual fans across the country.
The girly pops
don't get to watch this game or don't care.
It's such a monster number, though. Regardless, they're really just in competition with themselves in terms of what they delivered on this year as opposed to last year or 2 years ago. It's really more about the hype leading up to it and what they can generate that way. And there are opportunities out there for the weeks leading up to the game that I think they pay as much attention to, and they probably best serve with having it be the Kansas City Chiefs.
One more thing before we move on to the AFC Championship game. There's a player prop bet on BetMGM about scoring 2 touchdowns or more.
For Saquon or who?
For Saquon, for Jalen Hurts, McLaurin's plus 1,100, but Saquon, of course, has the shortest odds at plus 250. Would you bet on something like that?
Yes, because I'm going to pull a Hardy. I think Saquon gets at least one. If I'm sitting there and I'm gonna cash out of that ticket, make a couple dollars.
Love it.
There you go.
All right, let's move on to the second game, which, as we already mentioned, Buffalo Bills. They are 1.5-point dogs in Kansas City to take on the Chiefs with a total of 48.5 points.
So I am going to give out 2 plays here. I'm going to go with the Chiefs because, like I said, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I think that the Chiefs get all the calls. I have heard all the talk about who is refereeing this week, whatever. I think that the networks want it, the NFL wants it, whatever. And the big thing for me is I don't think Patrick Mahomes is going to get got by the same team twice in one season. The Bills beat them earlier in the regular season. I don't think that that's going to happen again. I think the Bills are probably the better team right now, but you will never catch me betting against Patrick Mahomes. So many people last year had a 49ers ticket in the Super Bowl. I think me and Dan both were one of the few people who were like, you're crazy. You will never, I don't care if I lose betting with Patrick Mahomes, you're not going to get me to lose betting against him. That's never going to happen for me. So I'm going to go with the Chiefs. I get that that's probably not what everyone wants to hear, but I think that that's probably the better side here. On top of that, Travis Kelce is kind of back, and like I've said, you've got to go with your best weapons when it's, the most important time in the season. He looks old, he looks slow, but he still found ways to get open last week. He still found the end zone. So I'm going to go with Travis Kelce again this week, plus 125 for an anytime.
I have a question. A buddy of mine wanted me to ask you a question. Khalil Shakir's over-under. He likes the over. I think the over-under is like 56.5, and he loves the over because he has that breakaway ability.
I like the over for him this week. He's found he's been a really nice addition for them. So I think that the over is probably the best way to play that if you're going to.
He's apparently the top guy on the board as far as receivers go.
Yeah, he is.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
he is. So I don't hate that at all. They've got to find a way. If they want to be successful, they've got to find a way to work him in. I honestly thought at the beginning of the year that Keon Coleman was going to be more productive than he's been. He's been a nice, downfield target, but without some of these weapons really stepping up in the game, I think that Khalil Shakir is the way to go.
Ticket prices, by the way, for the game in Kansas City.
Wildly different.
So crazy.
Average
Really
ticket price,
different.
hundreds of dollars less than the Lions Commanders average ticket price last Saturday night. I think people in Kansas City are now getting, like Patriots level spoiled. They didn't even care about the divisional round game.
Yeah.
And there isn't a lot of clamoring for these tickets, at least not right now. They're like, wait till the Super Bowl. Either save our money for that and we'll do that one again, or we've been. And I think a lot of people have probably attended one of these conference championships, certainly a divisional round game in the last few years, and what do we need to do that again for?
I'm all in on the NFL conspiracy theories. I'm on the Chiefs and I'm on the Commanders this week.
All right, Chiefs, Commanders. So,
there you go.
Anything you're looking forward to already in terms of Super Bowl betting and the stuff that you want to take a look at early?
I am all about having fun with the Super Bowl. I think that there's obviously a lot of opportunities to make money, but the Super Bowl, we get a lot of things that we don't get in other places. We get the anthem, which I think is so fun and so silly. You're laughing, but it's fun.
No, I got a buddy of mine who bets on the coin flip and the anthem every year.
Yeah, that's
every
me
year.
too.
So there's that, but there's a lot more room for shenanigans going on. I remember a couple of years ago, a friend of mine who was was Lady Gaga the halftime performer in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl there?
I don't even remember.
Okay, wherever she was, I think it was Lady Gaga. Anyway, at soundcheck, they found out what the order of songs were going to be, and you could bet on what song was going to be first.
Yep.
And I told people, I said, I have no idea, but just somebody who was there at the soundcheck said they were actually going to open. It may have even been a Katy Perry year. I can't remember, but the opening was America the Beautiful. It wasn't one of their
options.
One of their options. So the option to pick was none of the above, and it ended up paying out, which you can't get on virtually any other bet during the NFL season with some of those Super Bowl props, which is why they limit them to $50 you can bet on some of these things.
I think it depends where you live.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can go offshore and get a crazy bet on the anthem. On the anthem length, that's another one. It's if you're attending rehearsals and soundchecks, you know what the anthem length is going to be.
Yep. Sure.
So there's a way for that to get out and for it to be a guaranteed winner.
Yeah, it gets out. I don't know if you guys heard about this bill that was proposed in Massachusetts that would limit gambling. Have you guys heard about this?
No.
So basically there was a bill proposed that it would allow bettors to not bet more than $1,000 a day, $10,000 a month, no player props, and no in-game betting.
Well, what are you going to do?
Ugh. You should have heard Dan last week. If you want to hear Dan like you've never heard Dan before.
No, I'm good.
Dan screamed for about 20 minutes to open the show
I'm kidding,
last
Dan.
week.
I love you. I'm kidding.
But that would be horrible.
I'm kidding.
No in-game betting and no player props. I said last week, if there are no player props, that's where I make all of my money. That's the only reason I think I have a job. Well, might as well start looking for my replacement now.
All right, one quick thing. We found out earlier this week about a certain referee that's going to work the Super Bowl, Rod Torbert. Apparently, he is big with the under. Does it matter in a game like this? It does matter in a game like this.
Yes, I think referees absolutely matter. That's the reason the chatter all week has been about the guy who's refereeing the Chiefs game. I think he has a record for where Patrick Mahomes has lost the most amount of games. Okay. So I think that those things do matter. Gamblers definitely look into that stuff.
All right, Kendra, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Kenny with an I Middleton and at Kendra Middleton everywhere else. Sorry, I had a bad week last week, but we get back in the saddle this week. Everybody has one.
I wasn't holding you to it.
Oh, but you should. It's my job.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
All right, Kendra, thank you. Be back with the stack here on Toucher and Hardy after the headlines and all the fun that we have here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sports Hub headlines.
The Lakers handed the Celtics their worst loss of the season last night, 117-96 on the West Coast. Kristaps Porzingis 22 in the loss. Anthony Davis 24 for the Lakers. Celtics wrap up their road trip tomorrow afternoon in Dallas. Jason Tatum yesterday voted an NBA All-Star starter for a 5th straight year. Bruins goaltender Jonas Korpisalo made 29 saves. He shut out his former team last night as the Bruins beat Ottawa 2-0 at TD Garden. They're off tonight. They'll host Colorado tomorrow afternoon. The Patriots have reportedly hired Cleveland Browns quarterbacks coach Ashton Grant. And in other NFL news, strange things from Jacksonville. Tampa offensive coordinator Liam Cohen pulled himself out of the running for their head coaching job and agreed to a contract extension with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then the Jaguars fired GM Trent Baalke. Cohen went back to Jacksonville and overnight accepted the job. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Albrecht Auto Group, Zoe's Auto Dealer. Get respect at Albrecht. Now 8 locations, including the all-new Subaru of Wakefield. Thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles, all at the right price at albrechtauto.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update, top of the hour.
Boston Celtics, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Hey, listen, if you've got to go, we understand, but make sure you bring the Sports Hub app with you so you can hear more of Toucher and Hardy.
That's what I want on my tombstone.
On the Sports Hub. We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Adam 12, who is the stack brought to us by?
We are not sponsored currently, so please do reach out via 985thesportshub.com to our crack sales staff, and they'll let you sponsor the stack. Although, since you put me on the mic, can I give a little shout before we get into the stack?
Yes, but I'm going to regret it. What?
No. This is good. This is something I would have given to you, but I can handle myself. This is my buddy John and my buddy Jess. They've got kiddos that are playing for the North Shore Shamrocks hockey team. So shouts to the North Shore Shamrocks who are in Lake Placid. They just beat the snot out of some team from Philly, and they're hoping to have a good tournament this weekend. So good luck to Nico and to everybody else with the team.
I will admit I've always wanted to go to Lake Placid. It's just in such an out-of-the-way place that it's not easy to get to, but I've always just wanted to go and walk around in that building.
Why?
1980, Miracle on Ice.
Well, so you could be part of walk around the place of the second greatest underdog victory in sports history.
What was the first?
Francis Ouimet, 1913 U.S. Open.
But I've been on that golf course. I've already been on that golf course.
Have you played it or just walking?
Just walked it.
All right, then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've already done that. Lake Placid, 1980. Russians lose to the plucky bunch of college kids from America.
Swell. Great.
I would love to be there. Love to
They
go.
moved the U.S. Open in 1913 to accommodate the not generally accepted, just the guy they knew who was going to win it, Harry Vardon. He couldn't travel to the U.S., and part of his playing schedule dictated that they moved the date of the U.S. Open to a time where he could be there because he was going to win it.
Back when they had real wood for golf shafts, right?
Yeah, the hickory shafted sticks.
They played in pouring rain. I've seen the greatest game ever played.
Yeah, they had the the Vardon Flyer. The golf ball was named after the guy. So they
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah,
and
that's
Francis Ouimet.
That's right. And little Eddie Lowry, the caddy. So they said,
hat for Eddie.
So we'll find a time when you can be here, Harry, because obviously you're going to win the thing. And he said, well, I sure do appreciate that. He spoke with a Southern accent, even though he was from England. So I sure do appreciate that. And they moved the tournament, and lo and behold, a caddy, Wallach, who lived across the street from the golf course.
Didn't want him to have anything to do with golf.
His
dad looked at him and said, you got to get an honest job, kid. I'm not watching you if you're going to walk across the street.
They says, Francis, you can't play. You got to qualify. I said, I'll go qualify down at Ponkapog, and I'll do my qualifying elsewhere. And he's a hell of a player, this Francis Ouimet. And he got his game together in one magical summer, much like I did in 2022 for the club championship, and I just got that game together.
Mm-hmm.
But whereas I faltered after 13 holes, even standing on 14 tee box, day one of the club championship.
And then reality set in.
Then triple bogey, par.
I get it. It's a really steady hand and a steady mind.
Double bogey, bogey to limp off the course. Francis Ouimet prevailed as the young upstart amateur caddy at the country club in Brookline, beat Harry Vardon and all comers to win the 1913 U.S. Open. That is the greatest underdog story in sports history.
Let's just pretend.
But take your Lake Placid.
Pretend that people don't care about that. Just pretend that 99% of the audience
I am here to explain what you should care about.
I'm
and what
sorry.
you should care about if you care about sports is the greatest underdog upset in history.
12, back me up on this. Would you or would you not like to, if it weren't in an out-of-the-way place, go to Lake Placid?
John Wallach, who are you talking to? The guy who's driving 2.5 hours to Maine this weekend to go snowboarding and snowshoeing. I would love to go to Lake Placid.
I think it'd be awesome.
Because I would love to be outdoors in that area of New York. I think that would be wonderful. In the wintertime, even better.
I've been outdoors in that area of New York. It's no great shakes.
Wasn't Jaffe there last year?
At Lake Placid, I
Yeah.
believe that's the case. Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I would love to go.
I had a buddy who was there with his kid, too. All right, so congratulations to Shamrock.
Yeah, the North Shore. Owen and Nico specifically, but the whole team naturally. Thanks for letting me get the shout in.
All right, here we go. What else will Adam 12 be doing this weekend in addition to giving shout-outs to
That's
his
right, it's Friday,
to his
so we
buddies.
got this going on. All right.
So, free events in and around Boston. Winter fun. Starting with Winteractive. Back for his second year, Winteractive features more than 15 different outdoor art installations. Some interactive, some enormous, all strewn across downtown Boston. From immersive, Instagrammable light sculptures to several appearances by a large but friendly creature named Mr. Pink. Why do I have to be Mr.
Don't
Pink?
say it.
I always think of Buscemi every time anyone says that.
Don't say the
Always
rest of
think
that
Buscemi.
line.
Because you're check the above link for exact address of each piece. This is through March 30th at various locations downtown Boston. Will Adam 12 attend?
Thumbs up. Yep.
Yeah.
He's going.
Scratching
It is
the art itch.
absolutely free.
Outdoor itch, free itch. Yeah, scratching all the Adam 12 itches.
All right, let's move on here to the piano lesson.
Oh.
Actors Shakespeare Project presents August Wilson's Pulitzer and Tony-winning drama about a Pittsburgh family with a unique heirloom, a piano carved by an enslaved ancestor. When one of them, Boy Willie, broaches the idea of selling it to buy land, his sister protests. Before long, a new revelation emerges to complicate the debate. Hibernian Hall in Dudley Street in Roxbury. Will Adam 12 attend?
I think no. I don't think he's
Yeah, it's
going.
going to cost me a little bit of money. I mean, I do like the concept, the civil rights and music and theater and all that, all up my alley.
The tickets between $20 and $64. You might as well make it $1 million.
No.
I'll find some free community theater. Thank you.
Not happening.
Give me one more.
TET in Boston. The Vietnamese American Community of Massachusetts and the New England Intercollegiate Vietnamese Student Association celebrate the Year of the Snake with food, live performances, and fun activities. This is taking place Flynn Cruiseport, 1 Black Falcon Avenue in Boston.
Yeah, I'm down with the TET celebration. It's probably free, and then I'll just bring a couple bucks along to hit the food trucks or whatever.
Saturday and Sunday. Thank you to BostonMagazine.com.
Vietnamese food. Bring it.
All right. That's it. We're done.
All right.
Hopefully Fred is better by Monday. He was losing his voice there in the second and third hours, but he made it pretty far into the show.
Yeah.
So thank you to Fred.
Further than I thought he would go. I thought he was going to tap out right about the beginning of the 8 o'clock hour.
What you got, Wallach? You going to go back to bed for 2 hours?
Oh,
you
I'm
weirdo.
gonna- Friday's my day to sleep. Friday is the day where no one bothers me. It's fantastic.
I respect John Wallach's choice.
I got pickleball. I got dinner out. I got an early dinner out tonight downtown.
Oh,
My
no,
buddy Crump.
I'm going out to dinner tonight, but I get to sleep until we have to go. It's
All right.
fantastic.